I'm Chris, 28 years old, and last night my life turned upside down in a way I still can't fully process. I was sitting at the kitchen table, scrolling through job postings on my laptop, when my father stormed in like a hurricane. No warning. No, we need to talk. Just a thick envelope of papers slapped down in front of me, so hard my coffee almost tipped over. "You're a failure," he said, his voice sharp and cold. "You have 12 hours to get out. Your brother owns this house now." I just sat there frozen, staring at the papers, not fully registering what I was seeing. Eviction papers. Signed, notarized, and ready to go. I'm not new to my dad's outbursts. He's always been a man who measured worth by paychecks and titles. But this was different. This wasn't yelling or some offhand insult about me being behind in life. This was calculated, planned, and he looked almost proud of himself as he stood there watching me read. "Maybe this will finally teach you some responsibility," he sneered. The house we were sitting in was my childhood home. My mom's favorite curtains still hung in the living room windows. My brother and I had built a treehouse in the backyard together when we were kids. It was the one place that had always felt safe, and now I was being told I had less than half a day before it wasn't mine anymore. I asked why, my voice shaky. That was when Dad smirked and said, almost casually, "Your brother just bought it from me. He's the owner now. Consider this a lesson in what happens when you waste your life." For context, my older brother, Mark, has always been the golden child. The one who could do no wrong. Straight A student, star athlete, first in the family to get a master's degree. If Mark sneezed, my dad acted like he'd cured the common cold. I, on the other hand, have always been, well, me, the quieter one. The kid who liked to draw instead of play football, who got decent grades but never shined. After college, I bounced between jobs trying to figure out what I really wanted to do, and for my dad, that was apparently the ultimate sin. I should have been angry, and I was, but what hit me first was this strange hollow feeling, like my chest had been scooped out. I thought about all the times I'd stayed late helping Dad with house repairs, the birthdays and holidays we'd spent under this roof, the nights I'd fallen asleep on the couch after long shifts because I didn't want to wake anyone up by making noise. None of it mattered. To him, I was just expendable. Mark wasn't home when this happened. He's been living with his girlfriend downtown for months, but apparently he swooped in at the perfect time to buy the house, as Dad put it. I could already imagine his smug grin when he'd find out he had the power to kick me out. And here's the thing, I don't think Mark even needed the house. He has a high-paying job, a fancy apartment, and barely even visits this place. This wasn't about practicality. This was about control. I took a deep breath, stood up, and just said, "Okay." Dad seemed almost annoyed that I didn't argue. He told me I had until noon today to pack up and leave, then walked out without another word. I sat back down at the table, staring at those papers for a long time. The anger came later, hot and sharp, making my hands shake, but right then, all I felt was cold. I didn't sleep much. I started packing right away, shoving my clothes into trash bags and stacking boxes of my things in the living room. Every creak of the floorboards made me tense. Every time I heard a car outside, my heart jumped, half expecting Mark to come strolling in early to gloat. I kept replaying Dad's words in my head. "You're a failure." It wasn't just the eviction. It was everything those words carried. Years of disappointment, comparisons, and the unspoken message that no matter what I did, I'd never be good enough. By morning, I had most of my stuff piled by the door. The house felt eerily empty without my things in it, like I was already a ghost. That's when I heard tires crunching on the driveway. A car door slammed. Footsteps. And then the sound of the front door unlocking. Mark was here. I wiped my hands on my jeans, trying to steady myself. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Maybe a confrontation, maybe some smug lecture about how this was for my own good. But as the door swung open and he stepped inside, something in his expression shifted the moment he saw me standing there. And that's when I knew. This was about to get very, very interesting. Mark didn't even close the door behind him at first. He just stood there on the threshold, keys still in his hand, staring at me like I was some stray animal that had wandered into his new property. He had that look on his face, the one I've seen 100 times, a mix of pity and superiority that always made me feel about 2 feet tall. "Well," he said finally, letting out a little laugh as he stepped inside. "You're still here. Thought Dad told you to clear out last night." I didn't say anything right away. My throat felt dry, and I wasn't sure if anything I said would come out calm. My things were stacked by the door in neat piles, my whole life compressed into bags and boxes, and Mark's eyes immediately went to them. "Guess you actually listened for once," he said, sounding almost surprised. "Good. This doesn't have to be ugly, Chris. You just, move out, figure yourself out, and maybe one day you'll thank me for giving you the push you needed." That was the first spark of real anger. The way he said, "Thank me," like this was some grand favor he was doing for me. I forced myself to stay still, to keep my voice even when I finally answered. "This house was Mom's too," I said. "You really think she'd want me thrown out like this?" Mark shrugged, already making himself at home. He tossed his jacket on the couch like he owned the place, which, technically, he did now. "Mom's not here, is she? And Dad signed it over, so—" He trailed off and gave me a little smirk. "You can't keep living off him forever, Chris. You're 28. Most people have their own place by now." I clenched my jaw. Most people didn't have their father secretly sell the house out from under them to their older brother either. But saying that wouldn't change anything, and Mark knew it. He was enjoying this, the power shift, the fact that for once he had something tangible over me. He walked around the living room slowly, like he was inspecting it, and I realized with a sick feeling that he was already imagining all the ways he'd change things once I was gone. He stopped by the shelf where I'd kept some old framed photos, me and him as kids, all three of us with Mom before she passed, and picked one up. "You should probably take this with you," he said casually. "I'll be redecorating soon." Something about that hit me harder than the eviction papers had. The idea that he'd just wipe away the last traces of Mom in this house, like she'd never been here. "Read." I started, then stopped, shaking my head. "Wow, you don't waste any time, do you?" Mark turned to look at me with that fake, calm smile that always came out before he said something cutting. "Chris, this place needs a refresh. You've been stuck here like a ghost for years. It's time to let go. You can't hold on to the past forever." I wanted to tell him that this house was more than walls and furniture, that every corner had memories that kept me grounded, but I knew he wouldn't get it. To him, everything was about appearances, upgrades, moving forward. He never stayed still long enough to sit with loss, to feel grief the way I had after Mom died. Instead, I just asked, "Did Dad tell you to say all this? Or is this just you being yourself?" Mark's smile faltered for a moment, and then he gave a small shrug. "Dad and I just want what's best for you. Look, you've been spinning your wheels for years. This is your chance to actually do something with your life. You should be grateful." Grateful. That word echoed in my head like a bad joke. Grateful for being blindsided. Grateful for losing the only place that still felt like home. Grateful that my father and brother decided, without so much as a conversation, that they knew what was best for me. I took a step closer, lowering my voice. "You know, Mark, you've always had everything handed to you. Dad's support, the money, the attention, and now this house. You ever stop and wonder if maybe you didn't earn all of it?" He stiffened at that, his jaw tightening, but he didn't respond right away. Then he said, "You know what? I think you're just jealous. You've always been jealous of me." I actually laughed, not because it was funny, but because of how predictable it was. "Jealous?" I repeated. "Of you?" "No, Mark. I'm just tired. Tired of being treated like I'm the family disappointment just because I don't live my life exactly how Dad wants me to. Tired of being compared to you like we're in some competition I never agreed to." He rolled his eyes. "Here we go? The victim speech." That did it. I grabbed one of the boxes by the door, hoisted it up, and marched past him toward my car. If he wanted me gone so badly, fine. I'd go. But I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of seeing me break down over it. I made a few trips back and forth, loading up my car while Mark lingered in the living room, occasionally calling out unhelpful comments like, "Don't scratch the walls," and "Be careful with the door frame." He wasn't just watching me leave, he was reveling in it. At one point, I came back inside to grab my sketchbooks, and I saw him on the phone with someone. "Yeah, I'll have the locks changed this afternoon," he was saying, glancing at me like he wanted me to hear. Better to get it done before anything happens. That was when the anger boiled over into something sharper. He wasn't just pushing me out. He was erasing me from this house entirely. Like I'd never been part of it. Like I'd never belonged here in the first place. I took the last of my things out and stood in the doorway for a moment, looking around the house one final time. Mark was sitting on the couch now, scrolling through his phone like nothing had happened. "Guess this is it," I said quietly. He didn't even look up. Yeah, don't be a stranger. I almost said something then, something I might have regretted, but instead, I just turned and left. My car was packed to the brim, my chest felt tight, and as I drove away, I kept telling myself I was done with them. Done trying to earn their approval. Done letting them dictate what my life should look like. But as the house grew smaller in my rearview mirror, a new thought crept in, cold, steady, and impossible to shake. If they thought I was just going to disappear quietly, they had no idea who they were dealing with. Driving away from that house felt like leaving behind a piece of myself I wasn't sure I'd ever get back. I didn't have a plan, just a car stuffed with boxes and a head full of thoughts that wouldn't stop spinning. I ended up in the parking lot of a 24-hour diner on the edge of town, sitting there long after the engine was off. It was still early, maybe 7 a.m., but the sky was gray and heavy, like it couldn't decide if it wanted to rain or not. My phone buzzed a few times with texts, but I didn't look. I just sat there gripping the steering wheel, breathing in and out until my hands stopped shaking. I didn't want to call anyone. I didn't want to explain what happened, or worse, hear someone tell me, well, it's their house. They can do what they want. So I started driving again, aimlessly at first, until I found myself pulling into the parking lot of the old storage facility on Maple Street. It was cheap, no questions asked, and I knew I could get a unit month to month. The guy at the counter gave me a look, probably because I looked like I hadn't slept, but handed me the key and lock. Within an hour, everything I owned was stacked inside a concrete room with a metal door. By the time I left, my phone was buzzing again. This time I looked. It was from Dad. Turn in your house key today. No exceptions. No, how are you? No, let's talk. Just a command. I texted back one word, fine. And that should have been the end of it. But a few hours later, when I went back to drop off the key, the betrayal really hit me, because this time, Mark and Dad were both there, waiting. Dad was standing in the kitchen with his arms crossed, that same disapproving frown on his face. Mark was leaning against the counter, looking far too comfortable. There were papers spread out on the table, and for a brief second, I thought maybe they'd reconsidered, that maybe they wanted to talk this out. But no, this wasn't an olive branch. Good, you're here, Dad said flatly. We need to go over a few things before you leave. I stayed near the door, wary. What things? Dad gestured to the table. Utilities, property taxes, insurance. You're still listed as a secondary on some of these accounts because you've been living here. I want to make sure everything is transferred so there are no surprises. That sounded reasonable enough, until Mark chimed in with a grin. And since you've been using Dad's internet and power all this time, we thought it was fair you cover the last few months' bills before you go. I blinked, sure I'd misheard him. Excuse me. Dad nodded like this was completely normal. You've been living here rent-free, Chris. It's only right you settle what you owe. Mark's taking on the property now. He doesn't need to deal with back expenses. Back expenses? Like I'd been freeloading. Like the countless repairs I'd done, the groceries I'd bought, the nights I'd spent keeping this house running while Dad was away on business meant nothing. You've got to be kidding me, I said, my voice low. Mark slid a printed sheet across the table. It's not that bad. A couple $100 for utilities, some upkeep costs Dad covered. Consider it a clean slate. I picked up the paper, and my stomach dropped. It wasn't a couple $100. It was nearly $3,000. $3,000 they wanted me to pay before I left, as if I was some tenant who had skipped out on rent. That's insane, I said, tossing the paper back. I don't owe you a dime. I've been maintaining this place for years, for free. I fixed the leaky roof last winter, replaced half the appliances, painted the entire downstairs. And that was your choice, Dad interrupted sharply. You chose to do those things instead of getting your life together. You can't expect me to reward you for staying stagnant. I laughed bitterly. Reward me? You mean not throw me out on the street? Dad's face hardened. You have 12 hours. Pay what you owe, or I'll consider it theft of services. That was the moment something cracked inside me. Not just anger this time, something deeper. This wasn't just about pushing me out anymore. This was about humiliation. They wanted me to leave broke, small, ashamed. I set the house key on the table slowly. Here's your key, I said, my voice shaking. That's all you're getting from me. Mark frowned, but Dad just shrugged. Suit yourself. But don't come crawling back here when you realize how hard the world is. I turned to leave, but Mark couldn't resist getting in one last jab. You know, he said, smirking, once I finish the remodel, This place is going to be worth twice what Dad sold it to me for. Probably the best investment I've ever made. You really missed out. I stopped in the doorway, gripping the frame so hard my knuckles went white. He wanted me to react. He wanted me to lash out so they could point and say, "See? This is why he can't handle life." But instead, I just said quietly, "Good luck, Mark. Hope it was worth it." I walked out and didn't look back. But as soon as I was in the car, the tears came, hot, angry, unstoppable. I wasn't crying because I'd lost the house. I was crying because I'd finally realized the truth. It wasn't just the house they didn't want me to have. It was a place in this family. I spent that night sleeping in my car outside the storage facility. I couldn't bring myself to call friends or look for a motel. I just sat there under the hum of the streetlight, staring at the ceiling, replaying everything. My dad's words. Mark's smug grin. The $3,000 bill. The way they looked at me like I was nothing. By the next morning, something had shifted. The hurt was still there, raw and sharp, but beneath it was something else, a slow, simmering resolve. If they thought they'd broken me, they were wrong. If they thought I was just going to disappear quietly, they were really wrong. And then, just as I was about to start the car and look for somewhere to shower, my phone buzzed again. This time with a notification that made my blood run cold. A bank alert. I opened it, and my stomach flipped. There was a withdrawal I didn't recognize, nearly $1,200 gone from my checking account. I immediately called the bank. After a few minutes on hold, the representative came back and confirmed it. The payment had gone through last night for shared household expenses, automatically debited from the joint account I'd been forced to share with Dad years ago when he helped me get a credit card. He'd used my own money to pay part of that bill. That was it. That was the breaking point. The last thread of trust snapped clean in two. When I hung up the phone, I just sat there, gripping the steering wheel so hard my hands hurt, until the sun came up. The betrayal wasn't just complete, it was weaponized. And I knew, right then, that this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Rock bottom didn't hit me all at once. It crept in, quietly, like fog rolling over a field at dawn. I left the bank parking lot that morning feeling hollow, numb. The car smelled faintly of stale fast food from the night before, and the back seat was crammed with my life in boxes and bags. I drove aimlessly for a while until I ended up at the edge of town, parked near the river. The air was damp and chilly, but I rolled down the window anyway. It felt good to feel something, even if it was just the sting of cold air on my face. I spent most of that day sitting there, staring at the water and trying to piece together what the last 48 hours had done to me. My childhood home, gone. My dad's respect, if he'd ever had any for me, shattered. My brother, a stranger wearing a familiar face. And now they'd taken money straight from my account without even asking. I tried to distract myself by scrolling through job postings again, but every listing I saw felt like a mountain I didn't have the strength to climb. Most wanted a stable address, references, sometimes even credit checks. I had none of that now. I felt like a ghost haunting my own life. Eventually, I drove to the cheapest motel I could find, a two-story place with flickering neon lights and a front desk clerk who didn't even look up from her crossword puzzle when I checked in. The room smelled faintly of bleach, but it had 4 walls, a bed, and a shower, and that was enough. The first night, I slept for nearly 14 hours. When I woke up, my body felt like it had been through a war. My phone had more messages, mostly from Dad, some short, some longer, all with the same tone. You need to grow up. This is the real world. Take responsibility for once. I didn't reply. Instead, I took a long shower, put on clean clothes, and forced myself to do something productive. I drove to a cafe with free Wi-Fi and spent the entire day researching everything I could about property transfers, eviction rights, and joint bank accounts. The legal jargon was dizzying, but I took notes, slowly starting to see where there might be cracks in what Dad and Mark had done. It wasn't much, just the faintest glimmer of control, but it was enough to keep me from spiraling completely. Still, the days blurred together. I'd wake up late, drive to the cafe or library, send out a few job applications, then go back to the motel and stare at the ceiling until I fell asleep again. Money was draining fast. The savings I had left were just enough to cover a couple more weeks at the motel, maybe a month if I cut back hard. And then came the moment that made me feel truly, fully humiliated. One afternoon, I ran into an old neighbor at the grocery store. She was sweet, one of those people who always waved when she saw me growing up. She looked surprised to see me. "Chris," she said, smiling. "I heard about the house. Mark mentioned you moved out. How are you holding up?" There it was again. Mark, talking about me like he was the generous brother who'd helped his poor lost sibling move on. I forced a polite smile. "I'm okay," I lied. "Just figuring things out." She patted my arm sympathetically. "Well, I'm glad Mark's finally getting a chance to make that house his own. He's so responsible, isn't he? Your dad must be proud." The words landed like a punch. I nodded, made some excuse about having to go, and left. But inside, I was boiling. That was when it hit me. They weren't just erasing me from the house. They were rewriting the entire story. To the outside world, I was just the screw-up who finally left so the golden child could swoop in and save the family home. That night, back at the motel, I sat on the edge of the bed with my laptop open and my notes spread out in front of me. For the first time, I let myself really think about what I wanted, not just how to survive. Part of me wanted to just disappear, to walk away completely, find a new city, a new life, and never look back. It would be easier than staying here, where every street corner had a memory. But then I thought about Mark's smug grin, Dad's words, the money taken from my account, and a different feeling rose up, slow, steady, like coals catching fire. I started looking into more than just property law. I looked up local business records, tax filings, even social media posts. I wasn't sure what I was looking for yet, just that I needed to know everything about Dad, about Mark, about how the house deal had gone down. The more I read, the more pieces started clicking together. There were odd details about the sale, unusually fast processing, a transfer price that seemed lower than market value. That might not mean much by itself, but it was enough to make me wonder. I also found something about the joint account. Legally, my dad wasn't supposed to use it without my consent now that I was an adult. That $1,200 withdrawal? Potentially disputable. For the first time since this all started, I felt a tiny spark of control return. It didn't make the next few days any easier. I still had to ration every dollar, still slept on a lumpy motel mattress, still woke up some mornings with that heavy feeling in my chest that made it hard to move. But now I had a notebook full of plans, lists of questions to ask, documents to pull. And every time I thought about giving up, I'd picture Mark standing in that living room, casually talking about changing the locks like I was some trespasser in my own home. I wasn't ready yet, not even close. But something in me had shifted. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was waiting, watching, gathering. Because if there was one thing I was sure of now, it was this. They weren't going to get away with it forever. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get worse, I got a call that sent my plans into overdrive. A call that changed everything about how I saw my family, the house, and the betrayal I'd just lived through. The call came late in the afternoon, just as I was packing up my things from the cafe. I almost didn't answer. The number wasn't saved in my phone, but something made me swipe to accept. "Is this Christopher?" A calm, professional voice asked. "Yes," I said cautiously. "This is Allison from Graham and Company. Title Services. We just wanted to confirm that you're no longer a secondary signer on the house transfer documents, correct?" I froze. Title Services? House transfer? "Wait," I said slowly. "Why would I have been a signer at all?" There was a pause on the line. "Oh, I see. You weren't aware that your name was still listed on the previous title as an inheritor from your mother's estate." I gripped the edge of the table so hard my knuckles went white. "No," I said. "I definitely wasn't aware." "Well," Allison said carefully, "it was removed during the transfer, but we're required to notify you as a courtesy. We sent a notice by mail." I almost laughed. Of course they sent it by mail, to the house I'd just been thrown out of. I thanked her for the call, hung up, and just sat there for a long time, heart hammering. My name had been on the title, which meant Dad hadn't just sold his house, he'd sold our house. Mom's house. The house that was supposed to be passed down to both me and Mark. And he hadn't said a word about it. The anger that hit me then was different from before. It was cold, sharp, focused. It wasn't just about hurt feelings anymore. This was about something real, something legal. They had gone behind my back to cut me out of something I had a right to. That night, back at the motel, I didn't just take notes. I started making calls. First, I called a lawyer I found online who specialized in probate and inheritance disputes. I didn't have much money, but to my surprise, the consultation was free. I told him everything. The house, the sale, the eviction, the missing money. When I finished, there was a long silence on the line. "This doesn't sound right," he said finally. "If your name was on the title, you should have been given the option to sign off or challenge the sale before it was finalized. The fact that you weren't notified could give you grounds to contest the transfer." "Contest it?" I asked, sitting up straighter. "Potentially reverse it," he said. I thanked him, set up an appointment for later that week, and hung up, feeling, for the first time in weeks, like the ground was steady beneath my feet. And that was just the beginning. Over the next few days, things slowly started to shift. I got a call back from one of the jobs I'd applied for, a local design firm looking for a junior graphic designer. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid enough to get me out of the motel. I aced the interview, got the job, and moved into a small but clean studio apartment within a week. I also disputed the $1,200 withdrawal from my account. The bank put the funds on hold while they investigated, which meant Dad couldn't touch them. Each small victory felt like stacking bricks, building something solid under my feet. I started going to the gym again. Nothing crazy, just running on the treadmill, lifting light weights. And for the first time in months, my reflection in the mirror didn't look so beaten down. My face had color again. My shoulders felt less slumped. Work became a kind of therapy. The design firm was small, with only 8 employees, but the team was welcoming and creative. They treated me like an equal. No comparisons, no subtle digs about potential. Just respect. I stayed late most nights, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. And as the weeks went by, I started saving money again. I opened a new bank account, separate from anything Dad had access to, and deposited every spare dollar. Watching the balance grow, even a little at a time, was like watching a lifeline being slowly pulled toward me. But I didn't forget. Every weekend, I met with the lawyer. We gathered documents, title histories, emails. He even managed to get a copy of the house sale agreement, which showed that Dad had sold the property to Mark at a price far below market value. Something that, combined with the lack of my consent, could look very suspicious in court. It wasn't just about the house anymore. It was about proving that what they did was wrong, that I wasn't just some failure who had been kicked out for my own good. And the more I worked with the lawyer, the more confident I felt. I started posting more of my art online, too, something I'd been too embarrassed to do before. To my surprise, people liked it. A few even commissioned pieces. One of my designs went semi-viral on Instagram, and I got a handful of offers from bigger accounts wanting to collaborate. For the first time in years, I felt like I was building something that was mine. Then, one Saturday morning, I stopped by a coffee shop near my new apartment, and there they were. Dad and Mark, sitting by the window. They saw me before I could turn around. "Chris," Dad called, his voice carrying across the cafe. I hesitated, then walked over. "You look good," Dad said, eyeing me with something that almost looked like surprise. "Heard you got a job." "That's good." Mark, on the other hand, just smirked. "Finally growing up?" he asked. I smiled, really smiled, for the first time in front of them in months. "Yeah," I said. "Actually, things are going really well." I didn't say more, but I could see the way Mark's smirk faltered just a little. When I left the cafe, I didn't feel small anymore. I didn't feel like the kid brother who couldn't measure up. I felt like someone standing on equal ground, maybe even taller. Because I knew something they didn't. The lawyer was nearly ready to file. The house wasn't just theirs to do with as they pleased. And soon, very soon, they were going to find that out in a way they never saw coming. And this time, I wouldn't be the one standing in the doorway, powerless. I'd be the one holding the papers. The real turning point came about 2 weeks later, when my lawyer called me into his office for what he called a strategy session. I'd been expecting just another routine update, maybe more paperwork to sign, but when I sat down across from him, he had a look on his face that told me this wasn't just routine. "I think we're ready," he said, sliding a folder across the desk. "Not just to contest the transfer. We can move to freeze any major renovations or sales Mark might try to make until this is resolved. And there's more." I dug into the financials for the sale. "Your dad underreported the property value by almost 40%. I frowned. "Meaning what exactly?" "Meaning," he said with a small smile, "that if we take this to court, not only can we argue that your consent was required, but we can make the case that this sale was a fraudulent conveyance, an attempt to move assets unfairly. If the judge agrees, the sale could be voided entirely. The house would revert back to joint ownership between you and your father, the way it was before. My breath caught. For weeks, I'd been preparing myself for the idea that the house was gone forever, that the best I could hope for was some small settlement to make up for being cut out. But this was different. This meant the whole deal could be unwound. What would happen to Mark? I asked carefully. Well, the lawyer said, leaning back, if the sale is voided, any money he paid for the property would be refunded by your father. He'd no longer own the house. And if he's already made renovations, he might not get reimbursed for those. Essentially, he'd be back to square one. I sat there for a long moment, staring at the folder. A slow, measured calm washed over me. This wasn't just revenge for revenge's sake. This was justice. This was setting the record straight. Let's do it, I said finally. File whatever you have to. The next few days were a blur of signatures, notarizations, and filings. The lawyer moved quickly, getting an injunction in place to stop any major changes to the property until the case could be heard. Meanwhile, I kept working at the design firm and quietly building up my life. The commissions online were picking up faster than I expected, and one of my designs was featured on a popular art blog, which brought in a wave of new followers. I started to feel like I had two lives running in parallel: the quiet, stable one I was building day by day, and the storm I was carefully, patiently preparing to unleash. Then came a stroke of luck that felt almost too perfect. One evening, I was at the grocery store near my new apartment when I ran into Mark's girlfriend, Emily. She looked tired, not just physically, but in that way people look when they've been putting up with something for too long. Hey, she said, managing a small smile. Didn't expect to see you here. We talked for a few minutes, just polite small talk, until she let out a sigh and said, you know, Mark's been working on that house nonstop. He's driving himself crazy trying to make it perfect. New floors, new kitchen, even talking about building a deck. He keeps saying it's going to double in value by next year. I bit back a smile. If only he knew. Then Emily hesitated, glanced around, and lowered her voice. Honestly, I don't even know why he's doing it. He doesn't plan to live there. He told me he's just going to flip it and use the profit for a down payment on a place downtown. That was the missing puzzle piece I hadn't realized I needed. If Mark was banking on flipping the house for profit, the injunction would hit him twice as hard, not just emotionally, but financially. Every dollar he poured into renovations would just sit there, locked in limbo, until the case was resolved. I thanked Emily, kept my tone neutral, but the moment I got back to my car, I called my lawyer. Good timing, he said when I explained what I'd learned. We can add that to our filing. Show that Mark's improvements are speculative and that you stand to lose financially if he's allowed to keep making changes unchecked. Each step felt like tightening a noose, not out of malice, but out of precision. For the first time, I wasn't reacting. I wasn't on the back foot. I was in control. Even at work, people noticed the change. My boss called me into her office one afternoon and said, I don't know what's going on in your life, Chris, but you've been on fire lately. Your designs are sharper. You seem confident. I smiled at that because she was right. I felt taller, lighter, even when I was exhausted from long days. There was a part of me that had woken up, a part that refused to be stepped on ever again. A few weeks later, I got the court date. 2 months from now. That night, I celebrated quietly. I ordered takeout, sat in my apartment surrounded by my sketchbooks, and raised a glass of soda like it was champagne. I imagined the look on Mark's face when he got served. The way Dad's smug certainty would crack when he realized this wasn't going away. But I didn't want to just blindside them. No, that would be too easy. I wanted them to feel safe first, to think they'd really won. So I started being polite when I ran into them. Civil, even. If Dad texted, I answered with short, respectful replies. If Mark called to brag about the remodel, I listened, offered a neutral sounds good, and hung up. Let them think I'd accepted my lesson. Let them think I was finally playing the obedient son and brother. Because when the moment came, I wanted the ground to fall out from under them all at once. And then, just when everything was in place, I got an email from the lawyer with the final document attached. This is it, the subject line read. I opened it and stared at the PDF for a long time, my pulse quickening. This wasn't just paper. This was my voice. My chance to stand up and say, you don't get to erase me. I hit send on the signed version, leaned back in my chair, and felt something I hadn't felt since the day this all began: peace. It wasn't over yet, far from it, But the pieces were all on the board now. And for the first time, I wasn't just playing defense. I was the one setting the trap. The summons went out on a rainy Tuesday morning, and by Wednesday, my phone started buzzing. First it was Mark, then Dad, both leaving increasingly frantic voicemails. "Chris, what is this?" Mark's voice snapped through the speaker. "You're suing us? Over the house. Are you out of your mind?" I let the call go to voicemail and didn't respond. 2 hours later, Dad called. "You don't know what you're doing, son. These things cost money. Time. You'll regret this." I didn't respond to that either. For weeks, I stayed silent, calm. While they stewed, I kept working, kept saving, kept getting stronger. I wasn't going to be baited into an argument that would give them any power over me. When the day of the preliminary hearing finally came, I arrived early. I wore my best button-down shirt, the one that actually fit me well now that I'd been taking care of myself, and I carried my folder neatly under my arm. My lawyer met me at the courthouse steps, nodding in approval. "You ready?" he asked. "More than ready," I said. Mark and Dad arrived late. Of course they did. Dad looked irritated, like this whole thing was beneath him. Mark looked smug, but with an edge of nervousness that hadn't been there before. When we sat down in the courtroom, the judge asked my lawyer to present first. He stood, calm and professional, and laid everything out in clear, sharp language. The original title that still had my name listed, the lack of proper notice, the sale below market value, the automatic withdrawal from my account. He showed the injunction we'd already filed to halt renovations and explained that allowing Mark to continue would cause irreparable financial harm to me as a co-heir. Dad shifted uncomfortably in his seat when he heard the phrase co-heir. Mark turned to look at me, eyes wide for a second, before quickly schooling his expression back into something neutral. Their lawyer stood next, arguing that the sale was legal and that I had no right to interfere with Mark's use of the property. But the judge cut him off halfway through. "If what Mr. Graham is presenting is accurate," she said, glancing at the documents, "then this court has serious concerns about how this sale was conducted. The case will proceed to a full hearing." She banged the gavel. Just like that, we were moving forward. Outside the courthouse, Mark stormed up to me, his face red. "You can't do this," he hissed. "Do you have any idea how much money I've put into that place?" I looked him dead in the eye, calm as I'd ever been, and said, "Then I guess you should have thought about that before you kicked me out." Dad stepped forward, trying to intimidate me like he always had when I was younger. "You're tearing this family apart, Chris." I met his gaze evenly. "No," I said quietly. "You did that when you sold Mom's house behind my back." For a moment, Dad's expression faltered. Just a flicker, and then he turned away without another word. Over the next few weeks, I started to hear things, whispers through the grapevine. Apparently, Mark had sunk almost all of his savings into the remodel. New floors, new kitchen, custom deck. He'd even taken out a small loan, banking on flipping the house quickly to pay it off. Now, thanks to the injunction, he couldn't rent it, sell it, or even finish some of the renovations without violating the court order. I didn't gloat. Not outwardly. I kept my head down, kept working, kept building my case. But inside, I won't lie, it felt good. Not because he was suffering, but because for once, the scales were balanced. For once, I wasn't the one paying the price for someone else's decisions. And then came the day we'd all been waiting for, the full hearing. The courtroom was bigger this time, with more people in attendance. I took a deep breath as I sat down, feeling the weight of the moment. My lawyer went first again, presenting our evidence. He showed the title history, the estate documents from when Mom passed, the lack of proper notice, the undervalued sale price. He even brought in an expert witness who testified that the sale price was far below market and that bypassing my consent had directly harmed my share of the estate. Then it was Dad and Mark's turn. Their lawyer tried to argue that I'd never contributed financially to the house, that I'd been living off their generosity. But my lawyer was ready for that. "We have bank statements showing Mr. Graham paid for repairs, utilities, and maintenance for years," he said, handing over the documents. Not only was he contributing, but his contributions increased the property value that was later transferred without his consent. The judge listened carefully, asking questions now and then. And then, after what felt like hours, she finally spoke. "This court finds sufficient grounds to void the sale of the property," she said. The house will revert to joint ownership between Mr. Graham and his father until a proper division can be arranged. Furthermore, any funds withdrawn from Mr. Graham's account without authorization are to be reimbursed in full. I sat there stunned for a moment, the words sinking in. We'd done it. Mark's face went pale. Dad's jaw tightened. When we stepped out of the courtroom, Mark rounded on me again. Do you have any idea what you've done? He shouted. I just lost months of work. Thousands of dollars. I looked at him steadily. You didn't lose it, I said. You just invested in something that isn't yours alone. Dad didn't say anything this time. He just stared at me for a long moment. Something complicated in his expression. Anger, maybe, but also something else. Something that almost looked like respect. I turned to leave, feeling the weight slide off my shoulders with every step. This wasn't the final chapter. Not yet, but the power dynamic had shifted. For the first time in my life, I wasn't the one on my knees asking for scraps. And they knew it. The next move was mine. The weeks that followed the court's decision felt surreal, like watching a chess game where, for once, every move went in my favor. The house, now legally back under joint ownership, was effectively frozen until Dad and I came to a formal agreement on how to divide the property. That meant Mark's grand flip and cash-out plan was dead in the water. He couldn't sell. He couldn't rent. He couldn't even legally finish some of the work he'd started without my signature. I didn't rush to make any decisions. Part of me wanted to walk away entirely, to just let them stew, but I knew if I did, Dad would eventually pressure me to sell my share for pennies just to make this easier. So instead, I played it slow. The first time I went back to the house after the ruling was a moment I'll never forget. The new floors Mark had put in gleamed under the light. The kitchen had been gutted halfway through, and construction dust coated the counters. He was there when I arrived, sitting at the island with a beer in his hand, looking exhausted. You happy now? He asked bitterly, not even looking at me. I walked through the house slowly, my footsteps echoing. It didn't even feel like home anymore. Not really, but it was still mine. Not happy, I said finally. Just done letting you both decide what my life is worth. He slammed the beer down on the counter. You ruined me, Chris. I maxed out my savings and took out a loan for this place. Now I can't even sell it. I'm stuck. I turned to face him, calm but firm. You're stuck because you tried to erase me from this house. You made a choice. And you made it worse by gloating while you kicked me out. Actions have consequences, Mark. Welcome to yours. He didn't say anything after that, just stared at the floor. Dad, on the other hand, called me later that night. His voice was tight, controlled. Your brother is under a lot of stress right now, he said. You've made your point. Why don't you agree to sell your share so we can put this behind us? Because my share is worth more now than it ever was, I said. And I'm not in a hurry. I want this done right. Fairly. For the first time. There was a long pause. Then Dad said, You're not the same kid you used to be. No, I said. I'm not. And you don't get to treat me like him anymore. That conversation marked a shift I could feel in my bones. The next time we met, it wasn't him towering over me, demanding things. It was two equals sitting at a table. He offered to buy out my share at fair market value, not the insulting family discount he would have tried 6 months ago. I agreed, but only after adding a clause that required him to reimburse me for every dollar taken from my account and for the repairs I'd funded over the years. When the check cleared, I put a down payment on a condo of my own. Small, yes, but bright and new and fully mine. The first night I slept there, I stood in the empty living room with my laptop open, playing Mom's favorite song just to let it fill the space. It felt like reclaiming a piece of myself. Meanwhile, word spread through the family about what had happened. My aunt called to say she was proud of me for standing up for myself. Even Grandma, who had always favored Mark, called to say she thought Dad had been too harsh and that she was glad I'd fought back. As for Mark, he had to finish paying off the loan he'd taken for renovations and eventually scraped together enough to buy out Dad's remaining share. By the time it was finally his, the market had dipped and he ended up losing money on the sale a year later. I didn't gloat, but I won't pretend I didn't feel a small, quiet satisfaction knowing that life had handed him the lesson he'd tried to hand me. The last time I saw them both together was at a family gathering months later. The tension in the air was thick, but I didn't shrink the way I used to. I walked in, shoulders squared, head high, wearing a new suit I'd bought with the bonus I'd earned from a major design project at work. Mark didn't say much, just nodded stiffly. Dad gave me a long look across the table, then said, "I hear you're doing well for yourself." "I am," I said simply. "Better than ever." And that was the truth. As dinner wound down, I stood, ready to leave. I looked at both of them. The father who had dismissed me as a failure, the brother who had treated me like a problem to be solved. And I felt no anger anymore. Just clarity. "I want you both to know something," I said, my voice steady. "What you did hurt me more than I can explain. But it also forced me to grow in ways I never would have otherwise. You thought you were teaching me a lesson about responsibility. Turns out, I learned one about self-respect." I turned and walked out, the room silent behind me. As I stepped into the cool night air, I couldn't help but smile. For the first time in my life, I wasn't trying to prove anything to them. I didn't need to. Because they finally understood, I wasn't the one who'd been cut out of the family. They were the ones who'd lost me. And I was never going back.
She said, "I'm pregnant, but I want to keep my options open with Derek." I said, "Absolutely." Then I forwarded her texts to her religious parents and Derek's pregnant wife. My phone exploded with 30 missed calls in the next hour. I, 28, male, was eating leftover Chinese food when my girlfriend Amber, 26, sent me that text. We'd been together for 2 years, living together for 6 months. The full message read, "Hey babe, so I'm pregnant. Took 3 tests." But here's the thing. Derek, from my Pilates class, has been really persistent, and I think I want to keep my options open. You're great, but he has his own practice, and Takor, the financial security, would be better for the baby. Can we talk about this, like adults? I read it 3 times, put down my chopsticks, typed back, "Absolutely." Then I screenshot the message. "See Derek from her Pilates class?" I knew exactly who that was. Derek Morrison, the chiropractor who'd been sliding into Amber's DMs for months. The married Derek Morrison, whose wife Heather was 7 months pregnant with their second kid. I knew because Heather cut my hair. Small world, right? But that wasn't even the best part. Amber's parents, Gregory and Ruth, super religious. Like purity ring at 16, no dating until you're ready for marriage. Religious. They thought Amber was still a virgin. She'd been telling them we slept in separate bedrooms. So, I did what any reasonable person would do. I forwarded the screenshot to one Ruth with the message. "Thought you should see this. To Heather with this, concerns your husband. 3. Derek with your wife has been copied." Then I turned off my phone and finished my lo mein. Turned it back on an hour later. 30 missed calls, 73 texts, 15 WhatsApp messages, even a LinkedIn notification. Who uses LinkedIn for drama? The first voicemail was from Amber. "What did you do? Call me back right now." The second was from Ruth. "Michael, we're driving over immediately. Don't let our daughter leave." The third was from Derek. "Listen, man, this is all a misunderstanding. Call me, please." The fourth was from Heather. Surprisingly calm. "Michael, thank you. I'm handling this." I didn't call anyone back. Instead, I started packing Amber's things. Update 1. Amber came home at 11 p.m. last night with her parents. I'd never seen Gregory's face that read. Ruth had clearly been crying for hours. "How could you?" Amber screamed the second she walked in. "How could I? What?" "Forward your own words. Those were private. So was our relationship, supposedly." Gregory stepped forward. "Michael, we need to discuss this situation. No discussion needed. She's pregnant, wants to keep her options open with a married man. I'm closing her options here. Her stuff's in boxes by the door." Ruth gasped. "Amber, you're pregnant. You told us you were pure." Amber turned on her mom. "I'm 26. What did you think? We thought you had morals." Gregory boomed. The fight that followed was epic. Amber tried to blame me for exposing her. Her parents were devastated about the pregnancy, the lying, and especially the married man part. At one point, Ruth actually said, "At least Michael was single." Small victories, I guess. Amber tried to stay, claiming tenant rights. I showed her the lease, only my name. She tried to claim common law marriage. We don't live in a common law state. Finally, Gregory dragged her out, but not before she hissed. This isn't over. This morning, I woke up to Derek on my doorstep, full suit, holding coffee and donuts like we're about to have a business meeting. Michael, buddy, we need to talk man. We're not buddies. Look, Amber, she's confused. Pregnancy hormones. She doesn't know what she's saying. She knew enough to text it. He tried to push past me. I blocked him. Derek, your pregnant wife knows. Go home. His face went white, Heather's being irrational. She kicked me out. Sounds like a you problem. You don't understand. She's threatening divorce. I could lose my practice. My kids should have thought about that before pursuing my pregnant girlfriend. I didn't know she was pregnant, but you knew you were married. He actually tried to blame me then. You destroyed 2 families over a text. No, Derek. You destroyed your family by chasing a taken woman. Amber destroyed ours by entertaining it. I just shared information. He left, but not before saying, "You're going to regret this." 20 minutes later, Amber posted on Instagram, "Some people can't handle a woman knowing her worth. Calling me names won't change that I deserve better." The comments were brutal. "Girl, you were trying to steal a married man? Worth? You spelled worthless wrong. Derek's wife is in my prenatal class. You're trash." She deleted it within an hour. Update 2. Things escalated fast. Amber enlisted her best friend, Jade, to start a harassment campaign. They created a whole narrative where I was controlling and abusive, and she was exploring her options to escape. Jade posted a TikTok. My bestie's ex is destroying her life because she wanted to leave him. Now she's pregnant and homeless. This is what happens when you date insecure men. It got 50,000 views before I could respond. But here's the thing about lying in the digital age. Receipts exist. I posted my own TikTok, just a slideshow. Her original text about keeping options open, screenshots of her texts with Derek from the past 3 months. She left her iPad logged in, a photo of Derek's wedding ring, a screenshot of Heather's pregnancy announcement from 2 months ago, set it to that "Oh No" song. Caption, "When she calls you insecure, but you just have working eyes." 300K views in 6 hours. The comments were savage. Jade's TikTok got removed for false information. But Amber wasn't done. She showed up at my work with a printed poster that said, "Michael Thompson refuses to support his pregnant girlfriend." Security escorted her out, but not before my manager, Harold, saw everything. He called me in. "Mike, what the hell is going on?" I showed him everything. He actually laughed. "So she's mad you won't support her while she shops for your replacement?" Pretty much. Take the rest of the day. File a restraining order. This is unhinged. On my way to the courthouse, I got a call from Heather. "Michael, I wanted to thank you again and give you a heads up. Derek's been fired." "What?" "Yeah, turns out the practice has a morality clause. His partner saw your TikTok. Also, I'm filing for divorce. And guess what? Amber's not his first affair. I found 3 others. Jesus. Yeah, my lawyer says it's the easiest case she's ever seen. Oh, and Amber might want to get tested. Just saying. I felt sick. Got tested that afternoon. Thank God. All clear." That evening, Ruth called me. "Michael, we've cut Amber off financially. We wanted you to know. I'm sorry it came to this, Ruth. We're sorrier. We raised her better than this. Or we thought we did. She's keeping the baby. Apparently, Derek wants nothing to do with it. She's learning that options don't always want you back." Update 3. The entitlement reached new heights. Amber tried to file a restraining order against me, claiming I was stalking and harassing her. The judge looked at her evidence, my one-word response of absolutely and me not answering her calls. Then looked at my evidence, her showing up at my work with a poster, 200 plus texts in 3 days, and security footage of her trying to break into my apartment at 2 a.m. Thank God for Ring cameras. Judge denied her order and granted mine. She has to stay 500 feet away. But here's where it gets wild. Derek's mom, Patricia, called me. This 68-year-old woman had the nerve to ask me to convince Amber to get rid of the baby. Excuse me. If she has Derek's baby, it'll complicate his divorce. Heather will take everything. First, we don't even know if it's Derek's. Second, that's not my problem. You could convince her. She loved you. She loved my stability while screwing your married son. Pass. I'll pay you $10,000. Patricia, record this call if you want, but I'm not convincing anyone to do anything with their pregnancy. Goodbye. She called back 6 times. I didn't answer. Then Amber pulled her masterpiece. She started a GoFundMe. Single mother abandoned by partner and affair partner. Yes, she actually admitted to the affair in the title. The description was a work of fiction about how I manipulated her into thinking Derek wanted her and then exposed her to ruin both relationships out of jealousy. Goal: $30,000 for pregnancy expenses and emotional trauma therapy. It raised $45 all from Jade. But the comments, gold, so you cheated and want money for it? Derek's wife should start one for actual trauma. Is this satire? Girl, you played yourself? The best comment came from someone named Beverly. I'm Derek's neighbor. This woman used to park outside our house at weird hours. We have ring footage of her looking through their windows. Heather, if you're reading this, call me. The GoFundMe was deleted by the platform for violating terms of service. Update 4. Derek tried to reconcile with Heather. She documented the whole thing on Facebook because apparently everyone's lives are public now. He showed up with flowers, a Tiffany box, and his mom. Heather live-streamed it from her Ring doorbell. Baby, please. It was a mistake. Which one? Amber, Jessica, Tiffany, or Karen? Those were just flings. Your son had flings while I'm carrying his child. Mom, stop helping. The divorce papers are filed. My lawyer will contact yours. But I love you. You loved Amber 2 weeks ago, according to her texts. That little means nothing, and neither does your son to me anymore. Get off my porch. The stream had 10,000 viewers. Someone made it into a TikTok with the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme. It went viral. Meanwhile, Amber discovered she was actually not pregnant. The tests were false positives from fertility medication she'd been secretly taking to trap one of them. Her words to Jade in a text Jade screenshot and sent to me. Guess their friendship had limits. She tried to spin this as me causing so much stress I lost the baby. I posted the screenshot of her admitting to the fertility drugs. Her response: she showed up at my gym. Michael, we need to talk. Restraining order, 500 feet. This is ridiculous. I'm not even pregnant. Cool. Still stay 500 feet away. The gym manager, Troy, walked over. Ma'am, you need to leave. This is a public place. It's a private business. You're trespassing. I'm calling the cops. She ran, but not before screaming, "You ruined everything." Derek won't even talk to me. Someone filmed it. Another viral moment for the collection. Update 5. The legal consequences finally hit. Amber got arrested for violating the restraining order, the gym incident, spent a night in jail. Gregory had to bail her out. But here's the kicker. Remember Beverly, Derek's neighbor? She had months of footage of Amber essentially stalking their house. Heather's lawyer submitted it all for the divorce. Derek, trying to save face, claimed Amber was obsessed and he was trying to let her down easy. This pissed Amber off so much she released all their texts, including ones where Derek detailed exactly what he wanted to do to her while his wife was at prenatal appointments. Derek's divorce went from bad to catastrophic. Heather got the house, both cars, 70% of his practice. She'd helped fund it. full custody with supervised visits, alimony that made him cry in court. According to witnesses, Patricia tried to confront Heather outside the courthouse. Heather, 7 months pregnant and done, said loudly, "Your son destroyed our family for a woman who wasn't even pregnant. Raise him better next time?" Someone filmed it, of course. The comments were brutal. Heather deserves the world. Derek's mom enabled this. Team Heather forever. Amber, seeing Derek was now broke and disgraced, tried to come back to me. She sent an email because I blocked everything else. "Michael, I know I hurt you. I was confused and made terrible choices. Derek manipulated me with promises he never intended to keep. I see now that what we had was real. Can we start over? I'm in therapy now and working on myself. Love always, Amber." I forwarded it to my lawyer with, "Please add this to the harassment file. Final update. Here's where everyone ended up. Amber living with her parents, who make her attend church counseling twice a week. She got a job at a call center because no one else would hire her after the viral videos. She tried to date again, but guys keep recognizing her as options girl from TikTok. Last week, someone saw her at Target and said, 'Hey, aren't you the girl who faked a pregnancy?' She abandoned her cart and left. Derek living in a studio apartment working at a chain massage place because no practice will hire him. Heather had their baby a healthy girl. He gets supervised visits once a month. His Instagram bio now says, 'Rebuilding from what?' Derek the ground. Patricia banned from Heather's neighborhood after trying to see her granddaughter without permission. She posted on Facebook about father's rights and got roasted so hard she deactivated her account. Heather Thriving started a TikTok about single motherhood and divorce recovery. 100,000 followers. She also started dating her lawyer's brother, a pediatrician who adores her kids. Derek found out through social media and had a meltdown at the massage place, got fired. Gregory and Ruth in therapy themselves trying to figure out where they went wrong. They sent me an apology card with a $50 Olive Garden gift card, which was weird but appreciated. Jade distanced herself from Amber after finding out about the fake pregnancy. Posted a Notes app apology about being manipulated by a narcissist. No one cared. As for me, I'm doing great. Started dating Lucia from my rock climbing group. She thinks the whole story is insane and says things like, "At least my ex just stole my Netflix password." The apartment's peaceful now. No drama, no options. Just me, my gaming setup, and a girlfriend who actually wants to be with me. Oh, and Heather sent me a Starbucks gift card with a note. "Thanks for having the balls to tell me my daughter deserves better than lies." The best part, last week, I ran into Amber at a coffee shop. She was with her mom, who looked exhausted. Amber saw me, started to approach, then saw Lucia. The look on her face when she realized I'd moved on, priceless. She texted from a new number that night. "I see you've replaced me. Hope you're happy." I replied, "Absolutely." Then blocked that number too to everyone asking if I regret exposing everything. Hell no.
She said, "Your friends are losers. I'm not coming to your birthday." I replied, "No problem." Then I invited her ex-roommate who'd been texting me. Her tune changed when she saw the Instagram stories. I, 27 male, have been with Miranda, 26 for 2 years, living together for 8 months, and honestly, the mask has been slipping for a while now. It started small. Comments about my friend group being immature because we still play board games every Thursday. Eye rolls when I'd mention weekend plans with them. The phrase, "When are you going to grow up?" became her favorite. My core group consists of Ethan, my best friend since middle school, works in IT. Jasper, met in college, teaches high school math. Dominic, childhood neighbor, manages a restaurant. Khalil, former roommate, graphic designer. Not exactly losers, but to Miranda, anyone who doesn't work in finance or law like her colleagues is beneath her. 3 weeks ago, I started planning my 28th birthday. Nothing crazy, just dinner at Dominic's restaurant, then back to our place for drinks and games. Maybe 15 people total. When I told Miranda, she scoffed. Really? Board games? For your 28th birthday? Yeah, why not? It's what I enjoy. It's just childish. What are you, 12? It's my birthday, Miranda. I want to spend it with my friends doing what we love. She rolled her eyes. Your friends are a bunch of man-children who refuse to grow up. Ethan still lives with roommates. Jasper drives a 2008 Honda. They're losers, and spending your birthday playing Dungeons and Dragons or whatever is pathetic. That stung. But what came next was worse. I'm not coming, she announced. I have a work event that night anyway, but even if I didn't, I wouldn't waste my evening watching grown men play with dice. You have a work event on my birthday? That you're just telling me about now? It's networking. Something you'd understand if you had real ambition instead of wasting time with those losers. I stared at her. 2 years. 2 years of slowly chipping away at my friendships, making snide comments, trying to reshape me into her ideal of what a man should be. No problem, I said calmly. Enjoy your networking. She seemed surprised by my lack of argument, but shrugged it off. Here's the thing though. About a month ago, her former roommate Zara started texting me. Nothing inappropriate at first, just, hey, how's the apartment? And, is Miranda still leaving dishes in the sink for days? Turns out, Miranda had been a nightmare roommate. Zara had stories, so many stories. And over the past few weeks, as Miranda's mask slipped further, Zara and I had been texting more. Still nothing inappropriate, but definitely friendly, maybe a little flirty. So when Miranda declared she wouldn't come to my birthday, I made a decision. Update 1, I texted Zara, hey, having a birthday dinner Saturday, Miranda's not coming, has some work thing. Want to join? Fair warning, we're all losers who play board games. She replied immediately. LMAO, she's still on that? I'm 100% in, can't wait to meet these legendary losers. The birthday arrived. Miranda left at 5 p.m. in her power suit, pecking my cheek like she was doing me a favor. Try not to stay up too late playing your little games. Dinner at Dominic's restaurant was perfect. He'd reserved the private room, made all my favorites. My friends were there, plus a few others, and Zara. She fit in immediately, laughing at Jasper's terrible puns, discussing design with Khalil, even jumping into our running inside jokes like she'd always been there. Wore this casual sundress, nothing fancy, but she looked happy. Genuine, everything Miranda hadn't been in months. Ethan pulled me aside. Dude, isn't that Miranda's old roommate? Yep. And Miranda's not here? Work event. He grinned. Sure, work event. We moved to my place for games and drinks. Zara destroyed us at Codenames, partnered with me for Wavelength, and when we broke out Telestrations, her drawings had everyone crying with laughter. Around 11 p.m., people started posting Instagram stories. Just normal stuff. The cake Dominic had made, group shots, videos of us dying laughing at Pictionary fails. Zara posted a selfie with me, Nias, both of us holding drinks. Caption, birthday boy knows how to throw a party. My phone started buzzing. Miranda. Who the f is that girl? Why is she at our apartment? Is that Zara? Call me now. I ignored them all. We played until 2 a.m. When everyone left, Zara hugged me goodbye. This was the most fun I've had in months. Your friends are amazing. But they're losers, I joked. She rolled her eyes. Miranda's an idiot. Happy birthday. She kissed my cheek and left. I was cleaning up when Miranda stormed in at 2:30 a.m. Makeup smeared, obviously drunk. What the hell was Zara doing here? I invited her to my birthday. You know, the one you couldn't attend? You invited my ex-roommate to spite me? I invited a friend who actually wanted to celebrate with me. How was your work event? She stumbled. That's not the point. You deliberately what? Had a birthday party? Made sure someone showed up since my girlfriend thought I was too pathetic to celebrate with? You're trying to get back at me. No, Miranda. I'm just living my life, with my loser friends, who, by the way, all showed up, unlike you. She started crying, angry tears. This is about that stupid comment, isn't it? I was just being honest. Your friends are losers. Then why do you care if another loser joined us? She threw her purse at the wall and stomped to the bedroom. Locked the door. Cool, couch it is. Update 2. The next morning, Miranda emerged looking haggard. Started immediately with the guilt trips. I can't believe you humiliated me like that. Humiliated you? You weren't even there. Everyone saw the stories, my coworkers, my friends, everyone. They all saw you partying with Zara. So, we're friends. Friends? She hated me when we lived together. Wonder why, I muttered. What? Nothing. Look, you made it clear my friends are losers and my interests are childish. You skipped my birthday. I'm allowed to invite whoever I want to my own party. She switched tactics. Baby, I'm sorry about what I said. I didn't mean it. I was stressed about work and you've been saying it for months, Miranda. This wasn't a one-time thing. I'm trying to help you grow. Those guys are holding you back. From what? Being miserable at networking events? Pretending to care about your coworkers' golf scores? She glared. From having a real future. But fine, invite my backstabbing ex-roommate. See if I care. She grabbed her yoga mat and stormed out. 20 minutes later, my phone exploded. Her Instagram story. A photo of her at brunch with her real friends. All posed, filtered, fake smiles. Caption, surround yourself with people who elevate you, not drag you down. Some of us have standards. Petty. But whatever. Then Zara texted, LMFAO, did you see what she posted? Girl is pressed. Yeah, she's big mad. Want to hear something funny? That work event she had? My friend Harmony was there. Said Miranda showed up for 20 minutes, got drunk, and spent the whole time checking Instagram. Left with some finance bro named Trevor. I stared at the message. She left with someone? According to Harmony, they were pretty cozy. Everything clicked. The distance, the criticism, the contempt for my friends. She'd been setting up her exit strategy, making me the bad guy, so when she eventually left for someone better, she'd be the victim upgrading from her loser boyfriend. Thanks for telling me. You okay? Actually? Yeah. Everything makes sense now. That night, Miranda came home late. Acted like nothing happened. But I noticed she'd changed her relationship status on Facebook too. It's complicated. I changed mine to single. Update 3. Miranda lost her absolute mind when she saw the relationship status change. What the hell is this? She shoved her phone in my face. Accurate. We didn't break up. We did the moment you called my friends losers and skipped my birthday to flirt with Trevor. Her face went pale. I don't know what your... Harmony was at your work event. Saw you leave with him. The tears started immediately. It wasn't like that. We just shared an Uber. To where? Silence. That's what I thought. We're done, Miranda. You can stay until you find a place, but we're over. She exploded. You're seriously breaking up with me over one comment about your stupid friends? No, I'm breaking up with you because you're a snob who's been emotionally cheating while trying to make me feel worthless. Emotionally cheating? You invited my ex-roommate to our apartment, to a party, with 15 other people after you declined to come. She grabbed her phone, furious typing. 5 minutes later, she showed me her screen, a Venmo request to me for $1,847. What the hell is this? My half of everything I've paid since we moved in. Utilities, groceries, the couch, the TV stand. If you're kicking me out, you're buying me out. Miranda, we split everything equally. You don't get a refund on living expenses because we broke up. Then I'm not leaving. Fine. But I'm living my life, and that includes having my friends over whenever I want. She smirked. We'll see about that. The next 3 days were psychological warfare. She'd blast meditation music at 3 a.m. for her anxiety. She'd cook elaborate meals using all my groceries, then leave the dishes. She'd have loud phone conversations about how some people just can't handle successful women, and it's so hard dating down. But the real escalation came Thursday. Board game night. She texted me at work, having some friends over tonight. Hope that's okay. I knew it was a trap, but I didn't care. Cool, my friends will be here at 7 for game night. Perf, mine too. I arrived home at 6:30 to find Miranda had rearranged the entire living room. Our gaming table was pushed against the wall. She'd set up a wine tasting station. What's this? Oh, I'm hosting a wine and philosophy discussion. Very intellectual, you understand. 7 of her most pretentious friends arrived right at 7. The kind who unironically discuss Proust at parties and judge you for drinking beer. Then my friends showed up. The tension was immediate. Her friends monopolized the living room, speaking loudly about pedestrian entertainment and the death of sophisticated socializing. Ethan looked at me. I shrugged. Bedroom? We moved our game to my room. Could still hear Miranda's crowd laughing artificially, making snide comments loud enough for us to hear. Some people never evolve past college. It's actually sad, the arrested development. My ex used to play video games, thank God I upgraded. Then Zara showed up. I'd invited her to game night, forgot to warn her about the situation. She surveyed the scene, walked straight past Miranda's group and joined us. This reminds me of when she'd host networking sessions at 2 a.m. during finals week. Miranda appeared in the doorway. Zara, how unexpected. Hey Miranda, still pretentious I see. Still bitter about being a failed artist I see. Zara laughed. I make 6 figures doing what I love. You make PowerPoints for people who barely remember your name. The room went quiet. Miranda's face turned red. Get out of my apartment. It's my apartment, I said calmly, and she's my guest. Then I'm calling the cops. She's harassing me. Please do. Explain to them how someone sitting quietly playing board games is harassment while you're hosting a party specifically to disrupt our weekly tradition. One of Miranda's friends, clearly uncomfortable, suggested they move to a wine bar. They filtered out, but not before Miranda grabbed an entire bottle of my wine. For the emotional distress, she hissed. After they left, Dominic shook his head. Bro, she's lost it. 2 more weeks, I said. She'll find a place by then. Zara stayed after everyone left. We didn't do anything, just talked until 3 a.m. about books, travel, the absurdity of Miranda's wine and philosophy club. You know she's going to escalate, right? Zara warned. Let her. Update 4. Miranda went nuclear the next day. First, she called my mom, told her I was having an affair with her ex-roommate, that I'd become cruel and vindictive, that she was concerned about my mental health. Mom called me, confused. Miranda says you're having a breakdown? No, Mom. I broke up with her and she's mad. Oh, thank God. I never liked her anyway. Too much makeup. Then Miranda tried my employer. Sent an email to HR claiming I was creating a hostile living environment and it was affecting her ability to work from home. HR forwarded it to me with a note. This seems like a personal matter, but we wanted you to be aware. My manager pulled me aside. Everything okay? Ex-girlfriend won't move out. It's getting weird. Been there. Take a personal day if you need it. But Saturday was when she really lost it. I was at the farmer's market with Zara. Not a date, just coffee and browsing. Miranda's friend spotted us and immediately reported back. My phone exploded, not texts. She started calling my friends. Ethan, dude, Miranda just called me crying saying you're abusing her. Jasper, your ex just offered me $500 to convince you to take her back. Dominic, Miranda's at my restaurant demanding I ban you so she can eat here in peace. She DM'd my girlfriend saying you're cheating. Joke's on her, we broke up last month. Then the social media campaign started. Not directly naming me, but obvious enough, when you realize he was never good enough for you anyway. Upgrading from boys who play with toys to men with real jobs. Some people peak in high school and it shows. Each post tagged with locations I'd been to that week. The gym, my favorite coffee shop, even the farmer's market. Her friends piled on with comments. You deserve so much better. His loss, babe. Level up, queen. Then she made the crucial mistake. She posted a photo of my apartment that she wasn't on the lease for. Caption, going to miss this view but excited for my next chapter. Anyone know good realtors? Implying she was choosing to leave. Making it seem mutual. I commented, lease is in my name only. You were asked to leave 2 weeks ago after cheating. Please be out by Friday as requested. She deleted it, but not before dozens of people saw it. Screenshots started circulating. Zara sent me one with laughing emojis. She's scrambling. Miranda came home that night in a rage. How dare you? How dare I what? Tell the truth. You're ruining my reputation. You're ruining your reputation. I'm just not helping you lie anymore. She threw a glass at the wall. It shattered. That's coming out of your security deposit, I said calmly. I didn't pay a security deposit. This isn't even my apartment. Exactly. She realized what she just admitted and screamed. Actually screamed, then locked herself in the bathroom for 2 hours, posting increasingly unhinged stories about toxic masculinity and narcissistic abuse. Update 5 Sunday morning. 1 week until she had to be out. Woke up to find Miranda in the kitchen with Trevor, the finance bro from her work event. Morning, she said sweetly. Trevor stayed over. Hope that's cool. Trevor looked uncomfortable. Hey man, sorry about... This. You know she's moving out Friday, right? His eyes widened. You said you owned this place, he told Miranda. We own it together, she lied smoothly. I pulled up the lease on my phone, showed him. Nope. Just me. She's been asked to leave. Trevor looked between us. Miranda, what the hell? He's lying. Baby, don't listen to him. The lease is right there. She started crying. You're really gonna believe him over me? Trevor grabbed his jacket. I'm not doing this. You said you were single, living alone, had your life together. This is insane. He left. Miranda turned on me. You ruined everything. You ruined everything when you brought him to my apartment. She picked up the coffee maker. I bought this. Cool. Take it. She seemed surprised I didn't fight. Started grabbing random items. This too. And this. If you paid for it, take it. She grabbed the bathroom mat, the dish soap, even tried to take light bulbs she claimed to have bought. You're pathetic, she spat. I'm single, and happy about it. Monday she escalated further. Changed the Netflix password her account. Removed me from her Spotify, fair. Then tried to get me banned from the gym we both went to by claiming I was stalking her. The gym manager, who I've known for 3 years, called me. Hey, your ex is here saying you're following her around? I haven't been there since Thursday. That's what our key card system shows. I'm asking her to find a different gym. She was banned instead. Beautiful. Tuesday she brought her mom over. This woman was exactly like Miranda, but worse. You're a loser, her mom announced. My daughter deserves better than some man-child who plays games. Then she should be thrilled to leave Friday. She's not going anywhere until you compensate her for emotional damages. Emotional damages? You cheated with that tramp roommate. Zara, who'd been bringing me coffee, chose that moment to walk in. Hi, Mrs. Bennett. Still wearing those MLM leggings that gave everyone a rash? Miranda's mom turned purple. You little? Careful, Zara said cheerfully. Defamation is a crime. Ask your daughter about the cease and desist her last ex sent. They left shortly after, but not before Miranda's mom proclaimed, I'd die alone with my loser friends. Beats dying surrounded by people who secretly hate me. I called after her. Wednesday, desperation set in. Miranda actually tried to seduce me. Came out in lingerie I'd bought her for Valentine's Day. Remember this? Yep. Looks better on you than on my bedroom floor where you left it for a week. We could work this out. I could forgive you for Zara. There's nothing to forgive. We're not together. We're so good together. Were we? When? When you called my friends losers? When you skipped my birthday? When you brought Trevor here? She started crying. Real tears this time. I don't have anywhere to go. You have 6 figures in savings, Miranda. You showed me the statements last month while bragging about it. But I don't want to waste money on a hotel. Not my problem anymore. Thursday night, the extinction burst. Wait, no, scratch that term. Thursday night, she completely melted down. I came home to find she'd invited about 20 people over for a goodbye party. My apartment was packed with strangers. What is this? Closure party, she announced, clearly drunk. Since you're evicting me, I'm saying goodbye properly. I surveyed the damage. Red wine on my carpet, someone smoking on my balcony, lease violation, music blasting, noise violation. I texted my landlord who lived in the building. He was up in 5 minutes. Everyone out, now, or I'm calling the police. Miranda tried to argue. I live here. No, you don't. You're a guest who's overstayed. Out. The party scattered. The landlord looked at me. She's gone tomorrow? First thing. Good. Clean the carpet and we'll forget this happened. Miranda slumped on the couch, mascara streaming. You've ruined my life. No, you ruined your own life by being a snob who thought she could do better. Turns out people don't like mean girls after college. Final update Friday. Moving day. Miranda had promised to be out by noon. At 11:45 she was still packing, moving at a snail's pace. I need more time. Uber XL is outside. Load up or leave it behind. She tried to take the TV. I paid half. Receipts in my email. I paid fully. Nice try. She tried to take my cast iron skillet. This was mine. You don't even cook, Miranda. Finally, she stood at the door with her boxes. You're going to regret this. When you're 40, still playing your stupid games with your loser friends, you'll think about what you lost. What I lost was 180 pounds of dead weight who convinced me I wasn't good enough. I'll take the games and friends, thanks. She tried for one last manipulation. Zara's just using you to get back at me. Zara's been nothing but kind, unlike you. We were together for 2 years, and you spent the last 6 months making me feel worthless. Time doesn't equal quality. The Uber driver honked. She grabbed her boxes and left, but not before one final shot. You'll never find anyone like me. That's the point. She slammed the door. I changed the locks that afternoon, landlord approved. Deep cleaned everything. Invited my friends over for an actual celebration. Ethan brought beer. Jasper brought pizza. Dominic cooked. Khalil brought his new girlfriend, who was cool as hell. And Zara brought her famous brownies and a bottle of champagne. To freedom, she toasted. To good friends, I countered. We played games until 3 a.m. No judgment, no criticism, just laughter and fun. Miranda texted around midnight. I made a mistake. Can we talk? I blocked her number. Her friend reached out the next day. Miranda's staying with her mom. She's miserable. How could you do this to her? I didn't do anything to her. I just stopped letting her do things to me. It's been 2 weeks now. Miranda apparently started dating another finance bro who she met at her mom's country club. Already posting about how he gets her ambition and isn't threatened by successful women. Trevor actually reached out to apologize and warned me she'd been telling people I was abusive. Sent me screenshots of her trying to get him back while dating the new guy. We're not friends, but I appreciated the heads up. As for Zara and me, we're taking things slow. Turns out having someone who actually likes your friends, shares your interests, and doesn't think you're beneath them is pretty nice. She joined our board game group officially. Fits perfectly. Last night, she was over watching a movie. Said something that stuck with me. You know what the ironic part is? Miranda spent so much time calling your friends losers, but she's the one who lost. Lost you. Lost her reputation. Lost every friend who saw through her BS. Meanwhile, you're surrounded by people who actually care about you. She's right. I've got friends who show up, a potential relationship with someone genuine, a peaceful apartment, and 0 people in my life who make me feel less than. Miranda was right about one thing though. I'll never find anyone like her again. Thank God for that.
During my annual review, my wife's dad, the CEO, said, "We are cutting your salary in half. Take it or leave it." I said, "I understand. When does this take effect?" Immediately, he smirked. I nodded and said, "Perfect timing." He had no idea that I'd already been recruited by his biggest competitor. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and instantly know you're about to get screwed? Yeah. Well, welcome to my Tuesday morning. The executive boardroom at Tanner Industries' rye reek of polished oak and that burnt coffee smell that comes from leaving the pot on since 6 a.m. real classy joint. This place nothing says we're successful quite like furniture that costs more than most people's cars and coffee that tastes like it was filtered through an old gym sock. My father-in-law, Jim Tanner, CEO extraordinaire and professional pain in my ass, was already planted in his oversized leather throne when I walked in. This chair wasn't just furniture. It was a statement piece. The kind of chair that screams, "I own this place and everyone in it." Which, to be fair, he pretty much did. The man had built Tanner Industries from the ground up, turning a small logistics company into a regional powerhouse that moved everything from auto parts to industrial equipment. Respect where it's due, the guy knew how to run a business. Too bad, he was also a manipulative bastard who treated family dinners like hostile takeovers. Jim didn't even look up from his paperwork when I took my seat across from him. Classic power move. Make the other guy wait while you shuffle through documents that probably say nothing more important than remember to pick up dry cleaning. I've been on the receiving end of this particular theater performance enough times to know the script. First the uncomfortable silence, then the dramatic eye contact. Finally, the verbal gut punch delivered with all the warmth of a tax audit. "Marcus," he said, finally gracing me with his attention. His voice had that flat, emotionless quality that rich guys perfect when they're about to ruin someone's day. "Let's get straight to business." "Oh, here we go." I leaned back in my chair, mirroring his casual posture. After 15 years of dealing with Jim Tanner's corporate theater, I'd learned to play along. "Sure thing, Jim. What's on your mind?" He didn't waste time on pleasantries. Never did. Jim was the kind of guy who probably charged his own mother for Christmas dinner. "We're cutting your salary in half, Marcus," he announced like he was discussing the weather. "Take it or leave it." And there it was. The moment I'd been half expecting for months, delivered with all the ceremony of ordering a sandwich. 15 years of loyalty, late nights, missed family dinners, weekend calls, holiday emergencies, all of it brushed aside like lint on an expensive suit. 15 years of making this company millions while he took the credit and I took the blame when things went sideways. I kept my face neutral, a skill I perfected during countless family gatherings where Jim's idea of small talk involved reminding everyone how generous he was for letting me marry his daughter. I understand, I replied, my voice steady as a surgeon's hand. Inside I was doing cartwheels. This arrogant son of A had just handed me the best gift of my professional life, and he didn't even know it. Jim's smirk spread across his face like oil on water. He thought he'd crushed me. Thought he'd finally put the outsider in his place. The man practically glowed with satisfaction, probably already planning how he'd tell this story at the country club. Poor Marcus couldn't handle the pressure, he'd say. Had to cut his salary just to keep him around. The other old boys would nod and agree that family businesses were tough, that sometimes you had to make hard choices. It takes effect immediately, he continued, clearly savoring every word. The immediacy wasn't about cash flow or budget constraints. Tanner Industries was pulling in more money than ever. This was about power, about reminding me exactly where I stood in the family hierarchy. Spoiler alert, it wasn't at the top. I nodded once, slow and deliberate. Perfect timing, I said. Those two words hung in the air between us like smoke from a cigarette. Jim's smirk faltered for just a second, not long enough for anyone else to notice, but I caught it. He didn't know what I meant. And that little flicker of uncertainty was delicious. See, Jim Tanner might have been a business genius, but he'd made one crucial mistake. He'd underestimated me. For months, I'd been watching the cracks in his empire. Suppliers getting restless over delayed payments. Key clients grumbling about service issues, employees jumping ship to competitors. Jim was so busy playing king of the mountain that he'd stopped paying attention to the avalanche building beneath his feet. And me, I've been taking notes. The thing about being the family outsider is that you learn to see things differently. While the Tanner boys, Claire's brothers Brendan and Oliver, were busy kissing daddy's ring and playing office politics, I was actually working, building relationships with suppliers, solving client problems, keeping the wheels turning. Jim took credit for my wins and blamed me for every setback, but the people doing the real work, they knew who was actually running the show. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? I asked, standing up from my chair with the kind of calm confidence that probably made him wonder if I'd suffered a concussion on the way to his office. Jim waved a dismissive hand. That's all, Marcus. I'm sure you understand the position the company is in. The position the company was in, right? The company that had just posted record quarterly profits was apparently so strapped for cash that they needed to slash my salary. Makes perfect sense when you don't think about it at all. I walked toward the door, then paused with my hand on the brass handle. Jim, I said, turning back to face him. I want you to know that I really do appreciate everything you've done for me. His chest puffed up like a peacock's. The man lived for moments like this when the help showed proper gratitude. Well, Marcus, I've always tried to take care of family. Family. The word tasted like cheap wine and broken promises. I was family when he needed someone to clean up a client crisis at 2 a.m. on a Sunday. I was family when quarterly numbers needed massaging. But when it came time for credit or respect or basic human decency, suddenly I was just the guy who married his daughter. Absolutely. I agreed. You've really opened my eyes to a lot of things. Jim nodded sagely, completely missing the double meaning for a smart businessman. The guy had a remarkable blind spot when it came to reading people. Maybe it came from 30 years of surrounding himself with these men and family members who depended on his approval for their livelihoods. As I walked out of his office, I pulled out my phone and scrolled to a contact I'd been avoiding for weeks. Lydia Wilkes, COO of Wilkes Global, Tanner Industries' biggest competitor and biggest pain in Jim's ass. She'd been trying to poach me for months, making offers that would have made Jim's head spin. Up until today, I'd been playing the loyal soldier, the grateful son-in-law, the team player. But you know what they say about the best laid plans of mice and megalomaniacal father-in-laws. Sometimes they blow up in your face in the most spectacular way possible. I typed out a quick message. Lydia, let's talk. That offer's still on the table. Her response came back in less than 30 seconds. Always. When can you start? I looked back at Jim's office door, imagining him in there, probably already planning his next power play, secure in the knowledge that he'd put me in my place. Poor bastard had no idea that he'd just lit the fuse on his own empire. How about we discuss details over lunch? I typed back, I've got some interesting insights about market opportunities you might find useful. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. Finally, I like where this is going. Noon at the Marriott downtown. Perfect, I replied. See you there. I slipped the phone back into my pocket and headed toward my office. Correction, my soon-to-be former office with a spring in my step that hadn't been there in months. Jim Tanner thought he was playing chess while I was playing checkers. What he didn't realize was that I'd been playing an entirely different game all along. The elevator doors closed behind me, and I caught my reflection in the polished steel. For the first time in years, the guy staring back looked like someone who was about to win. Jim wanted to cut my salary in half. Fine. I was about to cut him out of the picture entirely. Game on, old man. Game on. Let me paint you a picture of my so-called perfect life before you start feeling too sorry for poor old Marcus getting his salary chopped in half on paper. And trust me, Jim loved putting things on paper so he could frame them and hang them on his ego wall. I had it all. Executive Vice President of Operations, corner office with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking downtown company BMW that still had that new leather smell and a salary that made my college buddies green with envy every time we grabbed beers. Oh, and I was married to Claire Tanner, the princess of the industrial supply kingdom. Blonde, beautiful, and born with a platinum spoon so far up her ass that she could taste the family crest. To everyone on the outside looking in, I was living the American dream with a capital D and a side of how the hell did that guy get so lucky. Here's the thing about golden cages, though they're still cages. And after 15 years of being the dancing monkey in Jim Tanner's three-ring circus, the gilding had worn pretty damn thin. Every single success I'd managed to pull off got twisted into some brilliant example of Jim's mentorship and guidance. Remember that Patterson Industries deal that saved our asses during the 2019 slowdown? The one where I spent 3 months smoozing their purchasing director and basically lived in hotel conference rooms hammering out terms. Yeah. According to the company newsletter, that was all thanks to CEO Jim Tanner's strategic vision and leadership excellence. My name appeared in the fine print, if at all, usually somewhere between special thanks to the janitorial staff and don't forget to validate your parking. But every failure, every client who walked away, every supplier who got pissy about payment terms, every time a delivery truck broke down in the middle of nowhere, that was all Marcus Sullivan, folks. Front page news, complete with a detailed analysis of my learning opportunities and areas for professional growth. Jim had turned blame shifting into an art form, and I was his favorite canvas. The worst part wasn't even Jim himself. Although the man could give lessons on how to be a condescending prick to middle managers everywhere. No, the real knife in the back came from Claire's brothers, Brendan and Oliver. These two walking trust fund disasters looked at me like I was some kind of charity case who'd somehow conned his way into their exclusive club. Brendan, the older one, had all the business acumen of a decorative house plant, but somehow held the title of Senior Vice President of Development. His idea of strategic planning involved expensive lunches and golf tournaments, where he'd promise clients things that were physically impossible to deliver. Then, guess who got to clean up the mess when reality came knocking? That's right, good old Marcus, the family problem solver. Oliver wasn't much better. Junior VP of Finance with a Harvard MBA that his daddy's donations had basically purchased for him. The kid could barely balance his own checkbook, but he sure could lecture me about fiscal responsibility and knowing my place in the organizational structure. Real rich coming from someone whose biggest professional achievement was not accidentally setting the office printer on fire. Family dinners were like psychological warfare disguised as pot roast and small talk. Picture this. Every Sunday at the Tanner estate, a sprawling monument to new money that looked like someone had thrown a colonial mansion and a McMansion into a blender. Jim would hold court at the head of a dining table that could have doubled as a landing strip, dispensing wisdom and passive-aggressive commentary like some kind of industrial supply godfather. Marcus, he'd say, cutting into his steak with surgical precision. You're so lucky to be part of this family. Not everyone gets opportunities like this. Lucky that word followed me around like a bad smell. Lucky to work 70-hour weeks. Lucky to take the heat when his golden boy screwed up. Lucky to sit at the kids' table of a business I'd helped build while Brendan and Oliver got to play with the grown-ups. Claire would just sit there sipping her wine and nodding along like one of those dashboard bobbleheads. Dad's right, honey. We're all so fortunate. Fortunate. Another favorite family buzzword. We were fortunate to have Jim's leadership. Fortunate to be part of his vision. Fortunate to shut up and do what we were told without asking inconvenient questions about things like respect or basic human decency. But the real kicker was how they talked about the business itself. According to the official Tanner family mythology, this was a dynasty built on hard work, family values, and good old-fashioned American ingenuity. The reality, Jim had inherited a decent-sized trucking company from his own father-in-law and spent 30 years leveraging other people's money and labor to turn it into something bigger. Not exactly the rags to riches story he loved telling at industry conferences. Behind the scenes, Tanner Industries was held together with duct tape, crossed fingers, and my personal willingness to work miracles on a regular basis. While Jim played golf with potential investors and the boys practiced their executive cosplay, I was the one actually keeping the trains running on time. Literally, we had a major rail contract that required precision timing. And guess who spent his weekends coordinating with freight schedulers? The funny thing about being treated like an outsider in your own family business is that it gives you a unique perspective on all the cracks in the foundation. While everyone else was busy playing their assigned roles in the Tanner family drama, I was watching the real show. Suppliers getting nervous about payment schedules, key employees updating their LinkedIn profiles, competitors circling like sharks who'd smelled blood in the water. Jim's empire looked solid from the outside. Sure, shiny offices, fancy company vehicles, quarterly reports that made investors happy, but I could see the rot underneath. Outdated systems that hadn't been upgraded since the Clinton administration, a management structure that prioritized family loyalty over actual competence, client relationships held together by my personal reputation, and about 15 years worth of favors that I'd called in to clean up other people's messes. And through it all, I played my part. Loyal son-in-law, dedicated employee, team player who never rocked the boat or asked for more than he deserved. I smiled at Jim's jokes, laughed along when Brendan told stories about his latest business school buddy startup failure, and pretended not to notice when Oliver accidentally forgot to invite me to strategy meetings. But here's what none of them understood about Marcus Sullivan. I wasn't just some lucky bastard who'd married above his station. I was a guy who'd built his own reputation in this industry, one satisfied client, and one successful project at a time. The relationships I'd developed, the trust I'd earned, the expertise I'd gained, none of that belonged to Jim Tanner or his precious family business, that was all mine. So when Jim delivered his little salary ultimatum with that smug expression he reserved for special occasions, I couldn't help but appreciate the irony. He thought he was cutting me down to size, putting me in my place, reminding me who held the real power in this relationship. What he'd actually done was hand me the perfect excuse to stop pretending I gave a damn about his approval. The man wanted to play hardball. Fine by me. I'd been warming up in the bullpen for 15 years, just waiting for my turn at bat. And Jim Tanner was about to learn the hard way that sometimes the guy you've been treating like hired help might just be the one person standing between your empire and total collapse. Perfect timing indeed. The only question now was whether I wanted to watch his world burn slowly or just pour gasoline on the whole thing and enjoy the fireworks. Decisions. So, here's the thing about timing. Sometimes the universe has a twisted sense of humor that would make a stand-up comedian jealous. 3 weeks before Jim decided to play salary limbo with my paycheck, I was sitting in my office on a perfectly ordinary Thursday afternoon, minding my own business and trying to figure out why our Springfield warehouse kept losing inventory like it was going out of style. That's when my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. Now, in my line of work, unknown numbers usually meant one of three things. A client with a crisis that needed fixing yesterday. A supplier calling to complain about something that wasn't my fault, or some poor telemarketer who was about to get an earful about interrupting my lunch break. I almost let it go to voicemail, but something made me pick up. Call it instinct, call it boredom, call it whatever you want. Turns out it was the best decision I'd made in years. Marcus Sullivan, I answered using my professional voice that suggested I was important enough to be busy but polite enough to take your call. Mr. Sullivan, this is Lydia Wills from Wilkes Global. Do you have a few minutes to talk? Holy Lydia Wilkes. The Lydia Wilkes. If Jim Tanner was the king of regional industrial supply, then Lydia was the queen who'd been steadily expanding her territory and making his life miserable for the past 5 years. Wilkes Global had started as a West Coast operation, but had been aggressively moving east, snatching up clients and contracts like they were Pokemon cards. Jim mentioned her name at board meetings the way normal people talked about root canals, with obvious pain and a desperate desire for the whole thing to be over. I've got time, I said, suddenly a lot more interested in this conversation than my missing inventory reports. Her voice was smooth, professional, with just a hint of that California confidence that comes from building an empire in one of the most competitive markets in the country. I'll cut right to the chase, Mr. Sullivan. We've been watching your work at Tanner Industries for quite some time. Your reputation in this industry speaks for itself. My reputation, not Jim's reputation, not the Tanner family legacy, my reputation. When was the last time someone at Tanner Industries had acknowledged that I might actually be good at my job? I'd been there so long that I'd started to wonder if my professional identity had completely merged with Jim's son-in-law, who does things. That's very flattering, I replied, leaning back in my chair. What exactly can I do for you, Miss Wilkes? Call me Lydia. And actually, it's more about what we can do for you. I'm calling because Wilkes Global is planning a major expansion into the Midwest market. And we want someone with your experience and connections to lead the initiative. Lead the initiative, not assist with or support or help implement. Lead, as in be the guy making the actual decisions instead of the guy explaining why someone else's bad decisions weren't working out. The concept was so foreign after 15 years at Tanner Industries that I almost didn't know how to process it. That's interesting, I said, trying to keep my voice neutral while my brain started doing backflips. What would something like that look like? Lydia laughed. And it wasn't one of those fake corporate laughs that sound like someone practicing scales on a broken piano. This was genuine amusement, like she could hear the carefully controlled excitement in my voice. Well, for starters, it would look like you having actual authority over your own projects. Revolutionary concept, I know. Full control over budget allocation, hiring decisions, strategic partnerships, the works. Full control. I'd forgotten what those words even meant. At Tanner Industries, my idea of full control was being allowed to choose which brand of coffee to order for the break room. And even that required approval from the purchasing committee that Jim's nephew ran like his own personal thief. We're not looking for an employee, Marcus. Lydia continued, we want a partner, someone who can build something from the ground up and has the experience to make it profitable from day one. The compensation package would reflect that level of responsibility. Compensation package. She hadn't thrown out numbers yet, but something in her tone suggested we weren't talking about the kind of salary that gets cut in half during annual reviews. We were talking about the kind of money that comes with equity stakes and performance bonuses and all those other executive perks that Jim kept for family members only. And what makes you think I'd be interested in leaving my current position? I asked partly because I was curious about her sales pitch and partly because I wanted to see how much she actually knew about my situation at Tanner Industries. There was a pause just long enough for me to wonder if I'd overplayed my hand. Then Lydia spoke again and her voice had shifted slightly. Less corporate smoothness, more straight talk. Marcus, I've been in this industry for 20 years. I know talent when I see it and I also know when that talent is being wasted. From where I'm sitting, it looks like you've been doing the heavy lifting while other people take the credit. That gets old, doesn't it? Damn. Either this woman was psychic or my professional frustration was more obvious than I'd thought. Probably the latter. After 15 years of grinding my teeth through family meetings where my contributions got brushed aside, like yesterday's newspaper, I probably developed some kind of visible twitch. I'm just saying, she continued, that we've built Wilkes Global by recognizing talent and giving it room to grow. We don't care about family trees or who went to which prep school. We care about results, and your results speak for themselves. Results, another word that had gotten lost in translation at Tanner Industries, where results apparently mattered less than maintaining the proper chain of command and making sure nobody forgot who signed the paychecks. This is a very interesting conversation, Lydia. I said, which was corporate speak for, holy crap, you're offering me everything I've wanted for the past decade. But I hope you understand that I need to think about something like this very carefully. Of course, I wouldn't expect anything less from someone with your professional standards. But Marcus, her voice took on a slightly sharper edge. Don't think too long. Opportunities like this don't stay open forever. And frankly, we're not the only ones who've noticed your work. The industry is smaller than most people realize. That last part hit me like a splash of cold water. She was right. The industrial supply world was basically a small town where everyone knew everyone else's business. If Lydia had noticed my situation at Tanner Industries, others probably had too. And if word got around that I was having conversations with competitors, Jim would lose his mind in the most spectacular way possible. I appreciate the call, Lydia, and the confidence you're showing in my abilities. Can I ask how long I'd have to consider this? Take your time, she said, but her tone suggested that take your time had some practical limitations. I'll be honest with you, we're looking to move on this expansion within the next few months. The market conditions are perfect right now, and we don't want to miss our window. But the right person is worth waiting for. And you're the right person. The right person, not the lucky guy who married into the family business. Not the outsider who should be grateful for whatever scraps fell off the table. The right person for the job based on actual qualifications and track record. Novel concept. I understand completely, I replied. And I want you to know that I'm genuinely interested in hearing more details. This isn't just a polite brush off. Good, Lydia said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. Because I hate polite brush-offs almost as much as I hate wasted potential. I'll email you some preliminary information about the expansion plans. Nothing proprietary, just enough to give you a sense of the scope we're talking about. Fair enough. More than fair. I'll keep an eye out for it. Excellent. And Marcus, I know this might feel like a big decision, But sometimes the biggest risk is not taking any risks at all. You've spent 15 years proving what you can do within someone else's system. Imagine what you could accomplish when you're actually running the show. Running the show, the phrase echoed in my head long after we'd hung up. I'd been so focused on climbing the ladder at Tanner Industries that I'd almost forgotten there were other ladders out there, ones that didn't require me to kiss the ring of a megalomaniacal father-in-law who treated me like a glorified intern with a fancy title. I spent the rest of that afternoon staring out my corner office window, watching traffic crawl through downtown like ants carrying crumbs back to the colony. Funny how perspective changes everything. From up here, all those people looked like they were part of some grand plan. Everyone knowing their role and playing their part, but I'd bet good money that most of them felt just as trapped in their daily grind as I did in my golden cage. The email from Lydia arrived exactly 43 minutes later. And let me tell you, the woman wasn't kidding about the scope of their expansion plans. We're talking about a full-scale invasion of Jim's territory, complete with distribution centers, client acquisition strategies, and enough startup capital to make my current operating budget look like lunch money. They weren't just planning to compete with Tanner Industries. They were planning to obliterate us. And they wanted me to be the guy holding the demolition charges. That night at dinner, Claire asked me why I seemed distracted. I told her it was just work stuff, nothing important. She nodded and went back to scrolling through Instagram, probably looking at pictures of other executives' wives living their best lives on company yachts and private jets. If only she knew that her husband had just been offered a chance to become one of those executives instead of just pretending to be one. But then again, Claire had never been particularly interested in the details of my professional life unless it affected her shopping budget or social calendar. 3 weeks later, when Jim delivered his salary ultimatum with all the subtlety of a brick through a window, I couldn't help but think about Lydia's words. Sometimes the biggest risk is not taking any risks at all. Turns out she was right about something else, too. Perfect timing really is everything. You want to know when a marriage is really over? It's not during the screaming fights or the dramatic door-slamming exits you see in movies. Nope. It's during those quiet moments when your spouse looks right through you like you're a piece of furniture that needs dusting. That's exactly what happened the night I came home to tell Claire about her daddy's little salary surprise. I walked into our McMansion and yeah, I'm calling it a McMansion because that's exactly what it was. Despite Claire's insistence on calling it our family estate, expecting at least some basic human sympathy. Maybe that sucks, honey. Or what the hell is Dad thinking? Hell, I would have settled for eye contact and a grunt of acknowledgement. What I got instead was Claire curled up on our oversized sectional sofa with a glass of Chardonnay that probably cost more than most people's car payments, scrolling through her phone like I was an Uber driver who just told her about traffic delays. Hey babe, I said, loosening my tie and trying to sound casual. How was your day? Fine, she mumbled without looking up. Her attention was completely absorbed by whatever was happening on her Instagram feed. Probably checking out photos from her college roommate's latest vacation to the Hamptons or some influencer's sponsored post about skincare routines. You know, the really important stuff that requires laser focus. I poured myself a bourbon, the good stuff that Jim had given me for Christmas, probably so he could remind me later how generous he was, and sat down next to her. So, I had an interesting meeting with your dad today. That got about half a second of eye contact before she went back to her phone. Oh, yeah. How's work going? How's work going? Like I was some middle manager she'd met at a cocktail party instead of her husband of 12 years. Well, funny you should ask. Your father decided to cut my salary in half. I expected shock, outrage, maybe even some choice words about her father's management style. What I got was Claire taking a sip of wine and shrugging like I just told her the mailman was running late. Dad knows best, she said, still not bothering to look at me. He's been running that company since before either of us was born. If he thinks this is necessary, then you'll adjust. You'll adjust. Not, we'll figure this out together. Or, that seems unfair. Or even, wow, that sucks. Just a casual dismissal wrapped up in blind family loyalty. Like I was some kind of financial inconvenience that could be solved with a little belt tightening and positive thinking. Claire, I said, trying to keep my voice level. We're talking about a 50% pay cut here. That's not exactly adjusting the thermostat. That's restructuring our entire lifestyle. She finally looked up from her phone and for a hot second, I thought maybe we were going to have an actual conversation. Instead, she gave me that patronizing smile she'd perfected at charity luncheons. Marcus, you're being dramatic. Dad wouldn't do anything that wasn't in the best interest of the company. And what's good for the company is good for our family. What's good for the company is good for our family. Jesus Christ, she sounded like a corporate press release with better hair. I married Claire Tanner thinking I was getting a partner, someone who'd have my back when things got tough. What I'd actually gotten was Jim's press secretary with benefits. Besides, she continued, settling back into her phone scrolling position. It's not like we're going to be living on food stamps. You still make more than most people. Most people. There it was. The classic rich person's perspective that completely missed the point. Sure, even with the pay cut, I'd still be making decent money. But that wasn't what this was about. And the fact that she couldn't see that told me everything I needed to know about where her priorities lay. I went upstairs to change out of my work clothes, and that's when I made the mistake of checking my phone. There was a notification from a group chat that I wasn't supposed to be part of. One of those family threads that Claire's brothers use to coordinate their weekend plans and share inside jokes. Somehow, I'd gotten added to it months ago, probably by accident, and nobody had bothered to remove me. Usually, I ignored it because listening to Brendan and Oliver plan their golf outings was about as exciting as watching paint dry in slow motion. But tonight's conversation was different. Tonight, they were talking about me. Brendan, did you guys hear about Marcus getting his salary cut? Faced with tears of joy, Oliver. Dad finally put him in his place. About time someone reminded Charity Case Marcus where he stands in the family hierarchy. Brendan think he'll quit? Crossed fingers. Oliver, doubt it. Where else is he going to make that kind of money? Dad's got him by the balls and he knows it. Brendan, true. Plus, Claire would never leave the family. Marcus is stuck whether he likes it or not. Charity Case Marcus, that's what they call me behind my back. 15 years of working my ass off. 15 years of making their family business more profitable. 15 years of showing up and doing the job. And to them, I was still just the charity case who'd gotten lucky enough to marry their sister. I sat on the edge of our king-sized bed, staring at that group chat until the words started blurring together. The worst part wasn't even the insults. I'd suspected for years that this was how they really felt about me. The worst part was the casual assumption that I was trapped, that I had nowhere else to go, that I'd just sit there and take whatever they dished out because I needed them more than they needed me. Claire walked into the bedroom about an hour later, fresh from what I assumed was her nightly routine of liking Instagram posts and texting her book club friends about whatever they pretend to read this month. She glanced at me sitting there with my phone in my hands and must have noticed something in my expression. "What's wrong now?" she asked, and I swear to God. She made it sound like I was a car that kept making weird noises despite multiple trips to the mechanic. I showed her the group chat. "Your brothers have some interesting thoughts about your husband." She read it over and for a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw something like embarrassment flash across her face, but then she handed my phone back and shrugged. "They're just blowing off steam. Marcus, you know how boys are." Boys? These weren't boys. They were grown men in their 30s who held executive positions at a major company. But in Claire's world, apparently casual cruelty was just boys being boys. And I was supposed to laugh it off like some good-natured hazing ritual. "Claire, they call me a charity case. Your own brothers think your husband is basically a leech who married into money." She sat down at her vanity and started her nighttime skincare routine, addressing my reflection in the mirror instead of actually looking at me. "Marcus, you're being too sensitive. Family teases each other. It doesn't mean anything. Family teases each other, right? Because nothing says loving family banter quite like calling someone a charity case and betting on whether they'll have the dignity to quit their job. Besides," she added, smoothing some kind of anti-aging cream under her eyes, "you did marry into this family. That's not exactly a secret. And Dad has been incredibly generous with you over the years. Maybe instead of getting upset about silly text messages, you should focus on showing him that you deserve his continued support. Deserve his continued support. Like I was some kind of dependent relative instead of the guy who'd been keeping his business running smoothly while his sons played office and learned important executive skills like expense account management and recreational golf." I realized something sitting there, watching my wife defend her family's casual cruelty while she applied $70 face cream that was supposed to fight the aging process. Claire had never really seen me as her partner. I was an accessory to her lifestyle, a reasonably successful husband who looked good at company parties and didn't embarrass her at charity functions. The fact that I had feelings, ambitions, or professional pride of my own was basically irrelevant to the role I was supposed to play. When I didn't respond immediately, she turned around in her chair and gave me that look. The one that suggested I was being unreasonably difficult about something perfectly obvious. "Marcus, you're part of this family now. That means supporting Dad's decisions, even when they're hard to understand. He's built everything we have. Everything we have, not everything I'd helped build or contributed to. Everything he'd built that we were lucky enough to benefit from." In Claire's mind, I was still just the guy who'd won the lottery by marrying the boss's daughter. That night, lying in bed next to a woman who basically told me to shut up and be grateful for the scraps, I kept thinking about Lydia's words. We don't want an employee. We want a partner. Claire never asked how I felt about the salary cut. Never wondered if maybe her father was being unreasonable. Never considered that 15 years of loyalty and hard work might deserve more respect than a casual dismissal and a reminder to know my place. But you know what? That was fine because while she was busy being daddy's little girl, I was starting to remember what it felt like to be Marcus Sullivan, the guy who'd built his own reputation in this industry long before he'd ever heard the name Tanner. And that guy was about to make some very interesting decisions. You know what they say about the best revenge? It's a dish best served cold with a side of meticulous planning and a garnish of holy I can't believe that just happened. Over the next week, I became the poster child for professional composure. I showed up to work every morning with a smile, attended Jim's painfully boring board meetings without complaint, and even laughed at Brendan's terrible jokes about quarterly projections. To anyone watching, I was the model employee gracefully accepting his reduced circumstances. What they couldn't see was the spreadsheet I was building at home every night. My own personal exit strategy disguised as a simple contact list. Names, phone numbers, email addresses, contract dates, personal details about kids and spouses, and vacation plans. 15 years of relationship building doesn't just disappear because your father-in-law decides to play power games with your paycheck. Take Danny Morrison for example, head of procurement at Morrison Logistics, one of our biggest clients. Most people saw Danny as just another suit with a purchase order, but I knew he was a divorced dad of twin girls who coached Little League on weekends and had been looking for a more reliable supplier ever since his ex-wife moved to Phoenix with the kids. We'd grab lunch every couple months and he'd always end up talking about how Tanner Industries was solid but sometimes slow to adapt to changing market conditions. Marcus, he'd said during our last lunch, picking at his club sandwich like he was defusing a bomb. You guys do good work, don't get me wrong, but sometimes I feel like I'm dealing with a company that's stuck in 1995. Everything takes 3 approval levels and a committee meeting just to change the color of the delivery truck. At the time, I'd made some diplomatic noises about corporate efficiency and process improvement. But now I was thinking about how Denis might react if someone offered him the same quality service with half the bureaucratic and maybe a 10% discount for switching vendors. Hypothetically speaking, of course. Then there was Sandra Chun, our operations manager, who'd been with the company for 8 years and knew our delivery systems better than Jim knew his own golf handicap. Sandra was sharp, efficient, and completely wasted at Tanner Industries, where her suggestions for process improvements usually got buried under layers of "that's not how we've always done things," and "let's table this for the next quarterly review." I made it a point to grab coffee with Sandra that Wednesday, just 2 colleagues catching up on warehouse efficiency metrics and staffing schedules. Nothing suspicious about that, right? You know what's crazy, Marcus? She said, stirring sugar into her coffee with the kind of precision that made her so good at logistics coordination. I've been thinking about updating our entire inventory tracking system. We could cut delivery times by 20% and reduce overhead costs by streamlining the distribution network, but every time I bring it up, Jim wants 3 different feasibility studies and a cost-benefit analysis that takes 6 months to complete. That does sound frustrating, I replied, mentally adding Sandra's name to my growing list of people who might be interested in working for an organization that actually valued innovation over tradition. It is frustrating, she continued. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to work somewhere that actually wanted to improve instead of just maintaining the status quo. You know what I mean? Oh, Sandra, if only you knew how much I understood exactly what you meant. By Friday, I had what you might call a comprehensive overview of Tanner Industries' most valuable assets. And I'm not talking about the warehouses or the truck fleet. I'm talking about the people who actually made things work, the clients who generated revenue, and the suppliers who kept our operations running smoothly. Funny how when you start paying attention to who really drives the business, you realize how much of it has nothing to do with family names or corner offices. My phone had been buzzing with messages from Lydia all week. Nothing pushy, just professional follow-ups and additional details about Wilkes Global's expansion timeline. She was smart enough to know that rushing a guy making this kind of decision was a good way to spook him into staying put, but she was also smart enough to keep the conversation going to make sure I didn't forget about the opportunity while I was busy playing loyal employee. Thursday night, she sent me a text that wasn't quite business and wasn't quite personal. Hope you're having a good week. No pressure on our previous conversation, but I thought you might find this interesting. Attached was a link to an industry article about companies that had successfully expanded into new markets by hiring executives with established regional connections. The article was basically a case study in everything I'd been thinking about. Companies that trusted experienced hires to build new divisions. Executives who'd taken calculated risks and been rewarded with equity stakes and real authority. Success stories that started with someone deciding they were worth more than whatever scraps their current employer was throwing their way. I forwarded the article to my personal email and saved it in a folder I'd labeled Professional Development. Claire never checked my computer anyway. She was too busy managing her own social calendar and planning charity committee meetings where rich wives got together to feel good about donating other people's money to causes they'd never actually volunteer for themselves. The real breakthrough came Friday afternoon during what was supposed to be a routine staff meeting. Jim was holding court at the head of the conference table, explaining his vision for the next quarter like he was revealing the cure for cancer. Brendan and Oliver flanked him like matching book hints, nodding enthusiastically at every pronouncement. The rest of us, the people who actually did the work, sat there taking notes and trying to look interested. Our competitive advantage, Jim declared, gesturing at a PowerPoint slide that looked like it had been designed by a particularly unimaginative intern, lies in our established relationships and time-tested processes. While other companies chase after every new trend, we stick with what works. Established relationships, time-tested processes, corporate speak for we're too lazy and set in our ways to adapt to changing market conditions. I glanced around the table at faces that ranged from politely attentive to barely concealed boredom. These people knew the score. They've been hearing variations of this same speech for years while watching competitors eat our lunch with better technology and more flexible service options. After the meeting, I lingered in the conference room pretending to review my notes while everyone else filed out. That's when I overheard Brendan talking to Oliver by the elevator. "Dad's really putting the screws to Marcus," Brendan was saying, and he sounded way too pleased about it. "Think it'll finally get him to quit?" "Nah," Oliver replied. "Guy's got nowhere else to go. Dad's been carrying him for years. Without the Tanner name backing him up, he's just another middle-aged operations guy with a decent resume. Just another middle-aged operations guy." That's how they saw me. Interchangeable, disposable, completely dependent on their family's generosity for my professional survival. The fact that I'd been the one actually building and maintaining most of those established relationships Jim loved bragging about was apparently irrelevant. That night, I sat in my home office and opened up a fresh document on my computer. Not a resignation letter. I wasn't quite ready for that level of drama. Instead, I started writing what you might call a professional inventory. Every client relationship I developed personally. Every supplier who trusted me more than they trusted the Tanner Industries corporate structure. Every employee who'd come to me with problems because they knew I'd actually listen instead of referring them to HR for a consultation about proper channels. The list was longer than I'd expected. 15 years of showing up and doing the job had created a network that belonged to me, not to Jim's company. These weren't just business contacts. They were people who'd worked with Marcus Sullivan, not just some guy who happened to work for Tanner Industries. I also started a second list. Internal processes and systems that I'd developed or improved over the years. Inventory management protocols that had saved the company hundreds of thousands in waste. Client communication systems that had reduced complaint calls by 60%. Staff scheduling innovations that had boosted productivity while keeping overtime costs under control. None of these improvements had Jim's name on them. None of them required the Tanner family seal of approval to work effectively. They were solutions I'd created, tested, and implemented because I'd identified problems and figured out ways to fix them. In other words, they were portable. Around midnight, my phone buzzed with another message from Lydia. "I know you're still considering our conversation, but I wanted you to know that the timeline for this expansion is firming up. We're looking at a January launch, which means we need our leadership team in place by December. Just wanted to keep you in the loop. January launch, December deadline." That gave me about 8 weeks to make a decision that would completely reshape my professional life. 8 weeks to figure out whether I wanted to spend the next 15 years watching Jim and his sons run their company into the ground while I played the role of grateful family retainer or whether I was ready to bet on myself for once. I typed back, "Thanks for the update. I appreciate you keeping me informed about the timeline. This is definitely something I'm taking seriously." Her response came back within minutes. "Good, because seriously, Marcus, you're exactly what we need for this expansion. We're not just offering you a job. We're offering you a chance to build something. Build something, not maintain something that someone else had built, not protect something from changing market conditions. Build something new from the ground up with my own vision and strategy." I closed my laptop and headed back to bed where Claire was already asleep. Probably dreaming about whatever rich wives dream about. Designer handbags maybe, or charity galas where she could wear expensive dresses and tell people about her husband's important job at daddy's company. Tomorrow I go back to playing my role. Loyal employee, grateful son-in-law, team player who knew his place in the family hierarchy. But tonight, For the first time in years, I was planning my own future instead of just accepting whatever Jim Tanner decided it should be. And it felt pretty damn good. Leading a double life is way more exhausting than Hollywood makes it look. Trust me on this one. For the past month, I've been Marcus Sullivan, beautiful Tanner Industries employee by day, and Marcus Sullivan, secret weapon of Wilkes Global expansion by night. It was like being a corporate superhero, except instead of fighting crime, I was plotting the systematic dismantling of my father-in-law's business empire. Not exactly the origin story you see in comic books, but hey, we all have our calling. My official cover story was bulletproof, special projects, 2 words that could mean absolutely anything and nothing at the same time. When Jim asked what I was working on, I'd throw around terms like operational efficiency analysis and long-term strategic assessment, corporate buzzword bingo at its finest. The beautiful thing about special projects is that they're supposed to be confidential, which meant I could disappear for hours at a time without anyone asking too many questions. What I was actually doing was spending quality time at Wilkes Global headquarters, a sleek glass tower downtown that made Tanner Industries offices look like a strip mall from the 1980s. Everything about the place screamed modern efficiency. Open floor plans that actually promoted collaboration instead of just looking trendy, conference rooms with technology that had been invented sometime after the Bush administration, and a coffee machine that produced beverages you could drink without questioning your life choices. Lydia had introduced me to her brother Mason during my second visit. And let me tell you, the family resemblance was strong. Same sharp intelligence, same direct communication style, same complete lack of patience for corporate. Mason ran the financial side of Wilkes Global with the kind of precision that made Jim's shoot from the hip management style look like what it was, outdated and ineffective. Marcus Mason had said during our first real strategy session, "We've been watching Tanner Industries for years, and honestly, we've been waiting for them to implode. The only thing that's kept them competitive is you, me, not the Tanner family legacy, not Jim's visionary leadership, not Brendan and Oliver's Harvard MBAs that their trust funds had basically purchased. Just me doing the actual work while everyone else took credit for it. We think there's a window here," Lydia had added, spreading out market analysis reports across the conference table like she was planning a military campaign. Tanner Industries has been coasting on established relationships for years, but those relationships are starting to fray. Clients are getting frustrated with slow response times and outdated systems. Suppliers are tired of dealing with bureaucratic approval processes that take forever. She was right, and I had the inside information to prove it. Danny Morrison at Morrison Logistics had been dropping hints for months about looking for alternative suppliers. Peterson Manufacturing was getting pissy about delivery delays that Brendan kept promising to fix, but never actually addressed. Even our longest-standing accounts were starting to ask pointed questions about whether Tanner Industries was still the right fit for their evolving needs. The thing is, Mason continued, we can't just waltz into their territory and expect to steal clients based on our good looks and winning personalities. We need someone who already has those relationships, someone clients trust and respect, someone who knows exactly where the weak spots are, someone who knows exactly where the weak spots are. After 15 years of watching Jim run Tanner Industries like his personal kingdom, I could write a dissertation on weak spots. Hell, I'd been mentally cataloging them for years, filing away every inefficiency and every missed opportunity like evidence in a case I didn't know I was building. The beautiful thing about the Wilkes Global operation was how different it felt from every business meeting I'd ever attended at Tanner Industries. Instead of corporate theater and family politics, we talked about actual strategy, real numbers, realistic timelines, achievable goals that didn't require sacrificing quality or ethics to accomplish. It was like discovering that business meetings could actually be about business instead of ego management and succession planning. We're thinking aggressive but smart, Lydia explained during one particularly productive afternoon session. We don't want to just compete with Tanner Industries. We want to make them irrelevant, but we need to do it the right way with better service, better technology, and better relationships. Better relationships. That's where I came in. See, while Jim had been busy playing corporate royalty for the past 15 years, I'd been doing something revolutionary. I'd been treating suppliers like actual human beings instead of disposable vendors. Crazy concept, I know. Like Tommy Rodriguez at Midwest Distribution, who'd been dealing with Tanner Industries for 8 years and had never once spoken directly to Jim or either of his sons. But Tommy and we'd grab lunch every couple months, and I knew about his kids' soccer team and his wife's art gallery and his plan to expand his operation into Indiana. When I mentioned that Wilkes Global was looking for reliable distribution partners in the region, Tommy's ears perked up like a golden retriever hearing a can opener. You know, Marcus, he'd said, leaning across the table at our usual diner. I've been thinking about diversifying our client base anyway. Tanner Industries is solid, but putting all our eggs in one basket makes me nervous. If Wolves Global is looking for partners instead of just vendors, that sounds like something worth exploring. Partners instead of vendors. The difference between those two words could make or break a business relationship, and Jim had never figured that out. To him, suppliers were interchangeable resources that existed to serve Tanner Industries' needs and should be grateful for the privilege. To me, they were collaborators who could make or break our success if treated with basic respect and professionalism. Within 2 weeks, I had preliminary agreements with 3 major suppliers who were ready to jump ship the moment Wilkes Global officially entered the market. Not contracts. I wasn't stupid enough to put anything in writing while I was still technically employed by the competition, but conversations, handshake agreements, verbal commitments from people who trusted Marcus Sullivan more than they trusted the Tanner Industries corporate structure. The client side was even easier. Turns out that when you spend 15 years actually solving people's problems instead of just taking orders from the corner office, those people remember who was really taking care of them. Sarah Kim at Industrial Solutions Group had been dealing with delivery delays for months because Oliver kept promising improvements that never materialized. When I casually mentioned that I might be exploring new opportunities with a company that prioritized customer service, she practically begged for details. "Marcus, you've been the only reason we've stuck with Tanner Industries this long," she'd said during what was supposed to be a routine quarterly review. "If you were working somewhere else, somewhere that actually gave you the authority to fix problems instead of just apologizing for them, we'd follow you in a heartbeat. We'd follow you in a heartbeat." Music to my ears. 15 years of being treated like an interchangeable cog in Jim's machine, and it turned out that the client saw me as the face of the company's competence. Who would have thought? The hardest part was maintaining my cover at home. Claire had started noticing my late nights, but her definition of curiosity was about as deep as a puddle after a light drizzle. When she asked where I'd been, I'd tell her the truth. Company business. She just assumed I meant her father's company, which technically I did, just not in the way she was thinking. "You've been working so hard lately," she'd say, not looking up from whatever reality show was rotting her brain that particular evening. "Dad must really be keeping you busy. Dad must really be keeping you busy." If only she knew that her precious daddy was about to find out exactly how busy I'd been, just not on his behalf. But Claire lived in a world where Daddy always knew best and Marcus always did what he was told. So the possibility that I might be planning my own future instead of just accepting whatever Jim decided it should be probably never crossed her mind. The funniest part was watching Jim's reaction to my sudden compliance. For weeks, I'd been the model employee, showing up early, staying late, attending every meeting I was invited to, laughing at his jokes, and nodding along with his strategic vision like it was handed down from Mount C. He was so pleased with himself for putting me in my place, that he actually started treating me better, like a pet that had finally learned to heel. "You see, Marcus," he'd said after one particularly productive board meeting where I presented quarterly numbers without a single complaint about budget cuts or resource limitations. "This is what happens when everyone knows their role and focuses on doing their best work. Maybe this salary adjustment was exactly what you needed to reach your full potential." My full potential, right? If Jim only knew that my full potential involved dismantling his business model piece by piece while he patted himself on the back for being such an effective leader. Thursday afternoon, my phone buzzed with a text from Lydia. "How are you feeling about January?" "Still on track." I typed back, "More than ready. Everything's falling into place." And it was suppliers lined up, clients ready to follow, employees who'd jump at the chance to work for a company that actually valued their contributions. Jim Tanner thought he'd broken me with his little power play. Thought he'd reminded me who was really in charge. What he'd actually done was give me the motivation to show him what real leadership looked like. The Midwest Industrial Supply Conference happens every November in Chicago, and it's basically the Super Bowl for guys like us who get excited about logistics optimization and supply chain management. 3 days of seminars, networking events, and vendor showcases where everyone pretends to care about innovative solutions while really just trying to figure out who's sleeping with whom and which companies are about to go belly up. This year's theme was adapting to tomorrow's challenges, which was corporate speak for how do we make more money while spending less on everything. Jim had been looking forward to this conference for months, partly because he loved playing big shot in front of his industry peers and partly because Tanner Industries was one of the keynote sponsors. Nothing strokes a CEO's ego quite like having your company logo plastered all over convention center banners while you deliver profound insights about market leadership to a captive audience of potential clients and competitors. I'd attended this same conference for the past 8 years, usually as Jim's wingman, the loyal lieutenant who'd smile and nod while he took credit for operational improvements I'd actually implemented. This year was going to be different though. This year I was attending as myself. Marcus Sullivan, soon to be Director of Strategic Expansion for Wilkes Global, though Jim didn't know that part yet. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. Lydia and Mason had secured a last-minute sponsor slot after another company pulled out due to budget constraints. Wills Global would be announcing their Midwest expansion during the second day's keynote session right after Jim finished his presentation about maintaining market leadership through traditional values. The timing wasn't accidental. Lydia had a flair for dramatic irony that I was really starting to appreciate. Wednesday morning, I sat in the audience watching Jim strut onto the stage like a peacock who just discovered mirrors. He was wearing his best power suit, the one that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. And he had that confident swagger that comes from years of being told you're a business genius by people who depend on your approval for their paychecks. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim began, his voice booming through the conference center sound system. I want to talk to you today about what it really means to build a lasting business in this industry. Oh, this was going to be good. I settled back in my seat, pulled out my phone, and started recording. Not for any malicious purpose, you understand? Just for posterity. Sometimes you want to remember the exact moment when someone's hubris reaches peak altitude right before it comes crashing down to earth. Jim launched into his usual spiel about family values, time-tested principles, and the importance of staying true to your roots while lesser companies chased after flash-in-the-pan trends. He talked about Tanner Industries like it was some kind of industrial supply monastery where ancient wisdom was preserved and passed down through generations of enlightened leadership. We don't follow market fads, he declared, clicking through slides that showed the company's steady growth over the past decade. We set the standard that others try to follow. While our competitors are busy reinventing themselves every few years, we focus on what really matters. Consistent service, reliable partnerships, and the kind of personal relationships that can't be replicated by corporate algorithms. Consistent service, reliable partnerships, personal relationships. I had to give him credit. The man could spin a narrative like a political campaign manager. He was basically taking credit for everything I'd been doing for the past 15 years while making it sound like it was all part of his master plan. The audience was eating it up, too. Heads nodding, scattered applause at all the right moments. That kind of polite enthusiasm that conference attendees perfect after years of sitting through presentations that range from mildly interesting to actively painful. Jim was in his element. The successful CEO sharing hard-won wisdom with the next generation of industry leaders. In conclusion, he said, building toward what I knew would be his trademark closing line. Success in this business isn't about chasing every new opportunity that comes along. It's about building something solid, something lasting, something that will still be here when all the flash and glamour fades away. Tanner Industries has been that kind of company for 30 years and will be that kind of company for 30 more. The applause was enthusiastic, the kind of response that makes conference organizers happy and keynote speakers feel like they've just delivered the Gettysburg Address. Jim soaked it up like a sponge, probably already planning how he'd describe this triumph to Claire over dinner. The whole industry was hanging on my every word, he'd say, standing ovation when I finished. Then the conference moderator stepped up to the microphone. Thank you, Mr. Tanner, for those inspiring words about traditional business values. And now we're pleased to welcome Lydia Wilks, Chief Operating Officer of Wilks Global, who'll be sharing some exciting news about expansion and innovation in our industry. I watched Jim's face change as Lydia walked onto the stage. The confident smile faltered just slightly. Not enough for most people to notice. But I've been studying his expressions for 15 years. He knew Wilks Global was his biggest competition, but he'd assumed they'd stay safely contained on the West Coast where they belonged. The fact that Lydia was here at his conference giving a presentation to his audience was like finding out your ex-girlfriend was dating your boss. Lydia looked incredible up there. All confidence and professional authority in a charcoal business suit that probably cost more than Jim, but somehow managed to look effortless instead of showy. She had that California executive energy, polished but not pretentious, successful without being arrogant about it. Thank you all for being here today, she began, her voice carrying easily through the conference center. I want to talk to you about something that's been on my mind lately. The difference between maintaining the status quo and actually leading industry change. Maintaining the status quo. I almost laughed out loud. She was basically taking everything Jim had just said about traditional values and stability and turning it into an argument for why those things were actually weaknesses in a changing market. Brilliant. At Wilks Global, we believe that respecting the past doesn't mean being afraid of the future, Lydia continued. Which is why I'm excited to announce our expansion into the Midwest market, bringing innovative solutions and fresh perspectives to a region that's been underserved by companies stuck in yesterday's business models. I could practically feel the tension in the room ratcheting up a notch. This wasn't just a presentation anymore. This was a declaration of war delivered with PowerPoint slides and a smile that could cut glass. Jim was sitting 3 rows ahead of me and I could see his shoulders getting rigid as Lydia laid out Wilkes Global's expansion plans with the kind of detail that suggested they'd been working on this for months now. Successful expansion isn't just about having a good business plan, Lydia said, advancing to her next slide. It's about having the right leadership team, people who understand the market, who have established relationships, and who share our vision for what this industry could become with the right kind of innovative thinking. This was it, my cue. I felt my heart rate spike as Lydia's eyes found mine in the audience. Which is why I'm thrilled to introduce you to our new Director of Strategic Expansion, someone of you already know and respect for his contributions to this industry over the past 15 years. The room went dead silent as she gestured toward me. Please join me in welcoming Marcus Sullivan to the Wilkes Global team. I stood up and I swear to God, you could have heard a pin drop in that conference center. 500 industry professionals, including every major player in the regional market, watching as I walked down the aisle toward the stage like I was heading to my own wedding. Except this time, I was marrying a company that actually wanted me instead of just tolerating my presence. The walk to the stage felt like it took forever and no time at all. I could see faces in the audience. Surprise, confusion, some knowing smiles from people who'd apparently seen this coming. Danny Morrison looked like someone had just told him Christmas was being moved to July. Sandra Chun from my old department was grinning like she'd just won the lottery. And Jim looked like someone had just told him his house was on fire and his insurance had expired yesterday. I shook Lydia's hand on stage, the cameras flashing like we were signing a peace treaty instead of launching what amounted to a business war. The handshake lasted just long enough for me to catch Jim's eye in the audience. Just long enough to mouth 2 words that I'd been saving for exactly this moment. Perfect timing. His face went through about 6 different shades of red before settling on a color that I can only describe as a stroke victim purple. Brendan and Oliver were sitting next to him, looking like someone had just explained quantum physics using interpretive dance. The whole Tanner Industries delegation looked like they'd been hit by a truck that they never saw coming. But the best part wasn't Jim's expression or the gas from the audience or even the scattered applause from people who were probably just happy to witness some genuine conference drama. The best part was the feeling of finally being introduced as myself instead of as someone's son-in-law or employee or lucky bastard who'd married above his station. Marcus brings 15 years of operational excellence and industry relationships to our expansion team. Lydia announced to the crowd, his track record speaks for itself, and we're confident that his leadership will make our Midwest operations a success from day one. His leadership, his track record, his success. After 15 years of having my achievements attributed to Jim's guidance and my failures blamed on my limitations, hearing someone acknowledge my actual contributions felt like winning the professional lottery. I stepped up to the microphone, looked out at an audience that included every major player in the regional industrial supply market, and smiled. Thank you, Lydia. I'm excited to be part of a team that values innovation and results over tradition for tradition's sake. Wilkes Global represents everything I believe this industry can become when we stop limiting ourselves to what we've always done and start focusing on what we could accomplish. The applause was genuine this time and I could see people in the audience already pulling out their phones to text colleagues who weren't at the conference. By tomorrow morning, every supplier, client, and competitor in the Midwest would know that Marcus Sullivan had just declared independence from the Tanner Industries empire. As I walked off the stage, I caught sight of Jim again. He was still sitting in his seat, but his confident posture had completely collapsed. The man who'd spent the morning talking about market leadership and lasting success looked like someone who just realized his empire wasn't as solid as he'd thought. Perfect timing indeed. Ever watched a controlled demolition? You know, where they place charges at just the right structural points and then hit the button to watch a whole building come down in about 15 seconds. That's basically what happened to Tanner Industries over the next 6 weeks. Except instead of explosives, I'd used 15 years of inside knowledge and a carefully cultivated network of people who were tired of Jim's. The first domino fell exactly 3 days after the conference. Danny Morrison called me on my new Wilkes Global number. Yeah, I had a company phone now with my own voicemail message and everything to confirm the contract terms we discussed. Morrison Logistics was officially jumping ship, taking their $2.3 million annual account with them. That might not sound like empire-toppling money, but in the industrial supply business, losing a major client is like getting a public vote of no confidence from people who actually understand your operation. Marcus, Danny said, and I could practically hear him grinning through the phone. I've got to tell you, working with Wilkes Global feels like stepping into the 21st century. You guys actually answer emails within the same business day. Revolutionary concept within the same business day. At Tanner Industries, responding to client emails was apparently considered a luxury service that required committee approval and a cost-benefit analysis. But at Wilkes Global, We had this crazy policy called basic professional courtesy that seemed to really impress people. The second domino was Peterson Manufacturing. And that one was particularly satisfying because Oliver had been promising them improved delivery schedules for literally 8 months. 8 months of we're working on it. And these things take time, and you have to understand our operational constraints. When I called Peterson's purchasing director from my new office to introduce myself as their new Wilkes Global contact, the guy practically wept with relief. "Marcus, thank God," he said. "We were about to start looking for alternative suppliers anyway. Oliver Tanner couldn't organize a 2-car parade, let alone fix our delivery issues. Peterson Manufacturing, $1.8 million annually, gone. 2 major clients down." And Jim was probably just starting to realize that his perfect timing salary cut had some unintended consequences. But the real bloodletting started when word spread through the supplier network. Tommy Rodriguez at Midwest Distribution was the first to officially switch sides. And once he started talking to his buddies about how much better Wilkes Global was to work with, it was like watching dominoes fall in slow motion. Suppliers who'd been grumbling about Tanner Industries' payment delays and bureaucratic approval processes suddenly had a viable alternative that treated them like actual business partners instead of disposable vendors. Within 2 weeks, Tanner Industries was dealing with what Jim's emergency board meeting minutes probably described as supply chain disruptions due to external market factors. In reality, their suppliers were either jumping ship entirely or suddenly developing mysterious delays in fulfilling Tanner Industries' orders. Funny how that works when you spend years treating people like crap and then they find somewhere better to take their business. The employee exodus was even more entertaining to watch from the outside. Sandra Chun was the first to go, and let me tell you, losing her was like losing the engine that kept the whole operation running. Sandra knew every aspect of Tanner Industries' distribution network, from warehouse layout optimization to delivery route efficiency. When she gave her 2 weeks' notice, Jim tried to counteroffer with a promotion and a raise, but it was too little too late. "I appreciate the offer, Mr. Tanner," Sandra had told him during what I heard was a supremely awkward exit interview. "But I've accepted a position with a company that values innovation over tradition. Sometimes you have to take risks to grow professionally." Sandra joined Wilkes Global as our operations coordinator, bringing with her a complete understanding of how to improve on everything Tanner Industries was doing wrong. It was like having a detailed blueprint of your competitors' weaknesses delivered directly to your planning committee. She wasn't the only one. Mike Chun from accounting, no relation to Sandra, despite the name, followed her out the door after 12 years with the company. Then Jennifer Walsh from client services, who'd been dealing with Oliver's incompetent management style for way too long. By the end of November, Tanner Industries had lost 6 key employees, and the remaining staff was starting to look around like passengers on the Titanic, who just heard the word iceberg. The best part was watching Brendan and Oliver try to manage the crisis. These 2 geniuses who'd never had to actually solve a business problem that couldn't be fixed with daddy's money or connections were suddenly responsible for keeping operations running while their most experienced people headed for the exits. It was like watching teenagers try to perform brain surgery with tools they'd never seen before. During one particularly disastrous week, Oliver managed to lose a major shipment because he'd forgotten to coordinate with the trucking company about holiday scheduling. The client, Industrial Solutions Group, Sarah Kim's company, called to complain. And Oliver's brilliant solution was to blame the trucking company for not anticipating our needs, despite the fact that nobody had bothered to tell them about the shipment in the first place. Sarah called me that same afternoon, officially requesting to transfer her account to Wilkes Global. "Marcus, I can't do business with amateurs," she said, and she sounded genuinely frustrated. "Oliver Tanner just tried to explain to me how the trucking industry works despite the fact that I've been managing logistics for 15 years. The kid is clueless." Sarah's account $3.2 million annually. Another major client down, and we weren't even trying that hard. They were basically driving customers away with their own incompetence. Meanwhile, the local business press was starting to notice the pattern. The Chicago Business Journal ran a story titled "Regional Supply Chain Shakeup as Established Players Face New Competition." The article didn't mention names, but anyone in the industry could read between the lines. Tanner Industries was bleeding clients and employees while Wilkes Global was aggressively expanding into their territory. By December, Jim had gone from confident industry leader to desperate damage control mode. He started calling emergency board meetings every other day trying to figure out how to stop the hemorrhaging. The company's credit rating got downgraded after suppliers started demanding faster payment terms, which created a cash flow problem that made it even harder to compete on pricing. Claire finally noticed something was wrong when Jim started showing up at our house for family dinners that were really strategy sessions disguised as pot roast and small talk. She'd sit there looking concerned while her father ranted about disloyal employees and predatory competitors who were trying to destroy everything he'd built. I don't understand what's happening, she said to me one night after Jim had left following a particularly intense discussion about market pressures and competitive threats. Dad's company has always been so stable. Why is everything falling apart now? Everything falling apart now. Sweet, naive Claire, who'd lived her entire life believing that Daddy's success was some kind of natural law that couldn't be challenged by mere mortals with better ideas and superior execution. The possibility that her father's empire might have some structural weaknesses had apparently never crossed her mind. Market conditions change, I told her, which was technically true. Sometimes companies that don't adapt get left behind. But you work there, she said, like she was just remembering that her husband was employed by the company that was currently circling the drain. Shouldn't you be helping Dad figure out how to fix this? Shouldn't I be helping Dad fix this? Right? Because clearly my job as the loyal son-in-law was to sacrifice my own professional future to prop up Jim's ego and incompetent management style. The fact that I might have my own career goals and ambitions was apparently beside the point. Claire, I said, choosing my words carefully. Your father made his position very clear when he cut my salary and excluded me from strategic planning meetings. He doesn't want my help. He wants my compliance. She stared at me like I just suggested we sell the house and join the circus. Marcus, you're being ridiculous. Dad values your input. He's just under a lot of pressure right now. Values my input. Sure he did. Which was why I'd been systematically excluded from every important decision for the past 2 months while watching his golden boys run the company into the ground with their Ivy League business degrees and complete lack of real-world experience. The phone rang that night at 11:30, which was never a good sign. It was Jim and he sounded like a man who just realized his house was on fire and the fire department was busy washing their trucks. Marcus, he said, skipping any pretense of pleasantries. We need to talk first thing tomorrow morning. Sure thing, Jim. Everything okay? There was a pause long enough for me to imagine him sitting in his home office staring at quarterly reports that probably looked like a crime scene. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Just be there early. I hung up and smiled in the darkness of my bedroom. Jim Tanner, the man who'd spent 30 years telling everyone else how to run their businesses, was about to ask for help from the charity case he'd been trying to crush just 2 months earlier. This was going to be fun. 6 months later, I was standing in the main floor of Wilkes Global's brand new Midwest Distribution Center, watching a team twice the size of my old crew at Tanner Industries move inventory with the kind of efficiency that would have made Jim's head explode. State-of-the-art tracking systems, automated sorting equipment, and employees who actually gave a damn about their jobs because they worked for a company that treated them like valuable assets instead of disposable resources. The irony wasn't lost on me. This facility was everything I tried to convince Jim we needed at Tanner Industries. Modern, efficient, strategically located for optimal distribution coverage. I'd pitched similar upgrades to him at least a dozen times over the years only to be told that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we've always done fine with our current systems. Well, congratulations, Jim. Your refusal to invest in the future had just handed your biggest competitor the blueprint for destroying your market share. Lydia found me by the main sorting station where our new automated system was processing orders at about 3 times the speed of Tanner Industries' manual operation. She was holding a leather portfolio that looked expensive enough to feed a small family for a month, which probably meant good news for yours truly, Marcus, she said, and her smile had that satisfied quality that comes from watching a plan come together perfectly. I've got something for you. She handed me the portfolio, and inside was a contract extension that made my original Wilkes Global offer look like pocket change. Director of Strategic Expansion was apparently just the entry-level position. The new title was Vice President of Regional Operations with an equity stake that would make me a legitimate millionaire if the company's expansion continued at its current pace. You've more than proven yourself, Lydia continued as I tried not to let my jaw hit the floor while reading the compensation details. The Midwest expansion has exceeded every projection we made. We're 3 months ahead of schedule and already profitable. That doesn't happen by accident. No, it doesn't happen by accident. It happens when you hire people who actually know what they're doing instead of people who happen to share your DNA. Novel concept. Apparently, the numbers were impressive enough to make even my accountant do a happy dance. We'd captured 60% of Tanner Industries' major accounts within 4 months. Hired away their best employees and established supply relationships that were going to be nearly impossible for them to compete with. When you treat suppliers like partners instead of peasants, funny thing, they remember that when it's time to choose sides. There's more, Lydia said, because apparently my day needed to get even better. Mason and I have been talking and we want to offer you something that goes beyond this regional expansion. She pulled out another folder and this one contained organizational charts for Wilkes Global's entire operation. We're planning a national expansion over the next 2 years. Full coverage coast to coast, taking on the big players in every major market. We want you to head up the whole operation. Head up the whole operation. As in, be the guy making strategic decisions for a company that was about to become a major player in the national industrial supply market. As in, stop being someone's employee and start being someone's business partner with real authority and real rewards. I looked around the distribution center again, watching people who used to work for Tanner Industries doing their jobs with the kind of enthusiasm that comes from being treated with respect and given room to excel. Sandra Chun was training new hires on inventory management. Mike from accounting was implementing cost tracking systems that actually made sense. Jennifer Walsh was building client relationships that would last for years instead of just hoping clients wouldn't notice how screwed up everything was behind the scenes. What do you think? Lydia asked. Ready to take on the big leagues? What did I think? I thought about Jim Tanner sitting in his oversized office, probably staring at quarterly reports that looked like a medical examiner's findings. I thought about Brendan and Oliver trying to explain to their board of directors how they'd managed to lose half their client base to a competitor they'd never taken seriously. I thought about Claire, who'd filed for divorce 3 months ago when she'd finally realized that being married to me wasn't quite as advantageous as it used to be. The divorce had been predictably ugly, with Claire's lawyers trying to argue that my Wilkes Global position was somehow community property that she deserved to benefit from. Apparently, even after our marriage imploded, she still thought she was entitled to profit from my professional success. The judge had been less impressed with that argument than she'd hoped. You know what, Lydia? I said, closing the contract folder and extending my hand for a handshake that would officially make me a vice president at one of the fastest growing companies in the industry. I think I'm ready. The local business press had been having a field day with the whole situation. The rise and fall of Tanner Industries, a case study in family business succession, had been the headline in last month's Regional Commerce Review. The article quoted industry insiders who blamed the company's decline on outdated management practices and failure to retain key talent. Key talent? That would be me, folks. The charity case, who apparently wasn't executive material, had just been promoted to run national operations for a company that was kicking his former employer's ass up and down the supply chain. The best part wasn't even the professional vindication or the money or the equity stake that was going to make me genuinely wealthy instead of just well compensated. The best part was walking into industry conferences now and having people treat me like Marcus Sullivan, successful executive instead of Marcus Sullivan, Jim Tanner's son-in-law who'd gotten lucky. Jim tried calling me exactly once about 2 months after the conference disaster. I let it go to voicemail and his message was a masterpiece of desperate corporate speak. Marcus, I think there may have been some misunderstandings about your role at Tanner Industries. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss how to move forward in a way that benefits everyone involved. Misunderstandings about my role benefits everyone involved. The man who'd publicly declared that I wasn't executive material was suddenly interested in revisiting our professional relationship now that his company was hemorrhaging money and reputation. I deleted the message without calling him back. Some bridges are meant to be burned, and watching them burn from a safe distance while sipping expensive whiskey is one of life's genuine pleasures. Trade journals started calling me the man who dethroned Tanner, which was probably giving me more credit than I deserved, but sounded pretty badass on business cards. The truth was simpler. I just stopped accepting a situation that was beneath my worth and started working for people who recognized what I brought to the table. 6 months ago, I was the grateful son-in-law who should have been thankful for whatever scraps Jim decided to throw my way. Now I was the vice president of a company that was rewriting the rules for how business gets done in this industry, with an equity stake that would set me up for life and the professional respect that I'd been earning for 15 years but never receiving. Standing in that distribution center watching efficiency and professionalism in action, I couldn't help but think about Jim's words from our last conversation. Perfect timing. He'd been right about that, just not in the way he'd intended. Jim Tanner had wanted to cut my salary in half and remind me of my place in his family hierarchy. Instead, he'd cut himself out of his own empire and handed me the keys to build something better. Me, I wasn't just surviving the corporate politics and family drama anymore. I was writing the next chapter of my own success story, and it felt pretty damn good to be holding the pen for once.
My fiancée demanded I cancel our honeymoon because her ex was desperate to reconnect. So I secretly recorded everything and exposed her affair to 50,000 wedding guests live during our ceremony. The request came out of nowhere, 3 weeks before our Miami destination wedding that we'd spent 18 months planning down to every detail. I'm Alex, a financial planner who believes in preparation and transparency, and I thought I was marrying someone who shared those values until Rachel dropped this bombshell over breakfast on a Tuesday morning. Derek's going through a really rough patch mentally. she said, not meeting my eyes while scrolling through what I later learned were encrypted messages. He says he can't handle me leaving the country right after the wedding. He's talking about hurting himself if I go through with this. I set down my coffee and studied her face, looking for the woman I'd fallen in love with 2 years ago at a financial literacy seminar where she'd asked surprisingly insightful questions about retirement planning. So you want to cancel our European honeymoon that we've already paid $18,000 for because your ex-boyfriend is having emotional problems? I asked, keeping my voice level even though alarm bells were ringing in my head. It's not that simple, Alex. Derek and I have history. We grew up together. I can't just abandon him when he needs support. The way she said, history, made my stomach clench, but I'd learned to trust my instincts in financial analysis, and something about this entire situation felt like a carefully orchestrated fraud. I've spent my career helping people protect their assets from bad investments, and suddenly I was wondering if I'd made the worst investment of my life. What exactly are you proposing we do instead? I asked, pulling up our honeymoon itinerary on my tablet while watching her reaction carefully. Maybe we could do a staycation here in Miami? Stay at one of those nice beach resorts. I could still be available if Derek needs to talk. Available. Not present, not visiting, but available for someone who allegedly lived 3 states away in Atlanta. Rachel had always been active on social media with her lifestyle blog, but lately she'd been increasingly secretive about her phone, taking calls in another room and changing passwords on accounts we used to share. I pretended to consider her request seriously while my mind raced through possibilities. Either Derek was genuinely suicidal and my fiancé was an incredibly compassionate person, or something much more calculated was happening here. Let me think about it, I said, knowing I needed time to figure out what was really going on. We've got the wedding coordinator meeting this afternoon anyway. Maybe we can discuss alternatives with the venue. Rachel's relief was immediate and telling. Thank you for understanding, Alex. I know it seems crazy, but Derek's been texting me these really dark messages, and I'm scared of what he might do. That afternoon, I made 2 phone calls that would change everything. The first was to my friend Marcus, who runs a cybersecurity firm and specializes in digital forensics for divorce cases. The second was to a private investigator named Tony Rodriguez who'd helped several of my clients uncover financial infidelity from their spouses. I need to know if my fiancée is lying to me, I told Tony during our phone consultation. And if she is, I need documentation that will hold up in court. By the end of the week, I had recording software installed on our shared laptop and Marcus had helped me create a duplicate of Rachel's cloud storage that would automatically sync any new files or messages. I also agreed to Rachel's honeymoon cancellation while secretly maintaining all our original European bookings. You're right, I told her over dinner at our favorite restaurant, the same place where I'd proposed 8 months earlier. Derek's well-being is more important than a vacation. Let's stay local for our honeymoon. The look of triumph that flashed across her face lasted only a second, but I caught it. And that's when I knew for certain that my careful, methodical approach to this situation was exactly right. 2 days later, Rachel announced she was taking a girls' spa weekend to Clearwater Beach with her friend Courtney to decompress before the wedding. I kissed her goodbye and wished her a relaxing trip, then immediately called Tony to have her followed. The photos he sent me that evening showed Rachel and a tall, dark-haired man I didn't recognize boarding a flight to Nassau. They were holding hands and kissing like lovers, not like friends providing emotional support to someone in crisis. I stared at those images for a long time, feeling something cold and determined settle in my chest. Rachel thought she was playing me, but she'd just given me exactly the evidence I needed to protect myself and expose the truth in the most public way possible. The digital evidence collection began immediately after I confirmed Rachel's Bahamas trip with Derek. I spent the following week maintaining my normal routine while Marcus's software quietly documented every message, call, and file transfer happening on our shared devices. What I discovered made my stomach turn and my resolve strengthen simultaneously. Rachel hadn't just been cheating for a few weeks. This affair had been methodically planned for 8 months, starting right around the time she'd begun pushing for our expensive destination wedding. The encrypted messaging app she'd been using contained hundreds of exchanges with Derek, and reading them felt like discovering a parallel universe where I was nothing more than a financial resource to be exploited. Alex is so predictable, one message read. He actually thinks I want to spend my life in suburban mediocrity with his boring investment advice and quiet dinner dates. Derek's response was even worse. Just stick to the plan, babe. Once you're married, we'll have access to his accounts and can disappear before he knows what hit him. I screenshotted everything while my hands shook with controlled fury. The messages revealed that Courtney wasn't just an innocent friend providing alibis. She was actively coordinating their secret meetings and had helped Rachel research my financial assets through her job at a credit reporting agency. They knew about my savings accounts, my investment portfolio, even the emergency fund I'd been building for our future children. He's got almost $180,000 liquid, Rachel had texted Derek 3 months ago. Plus his 401k and the trust fund from his grandfather. We could live comfortably in Costa Rica for years on that. Costa Rica. They'd been planning to flee the country with my money while I thought we were building a life together. The private investigators' reports painted an even darker picture. Derek owed $47,000 to various gambling creditors and had been pressuring Rachel to access money faster. She'd already transferred $12,000 from our joint wedding account to cover his most urgent debts, money I'd contributed thinking it was going toward our reception and photographer. When I confronted our wedding planner about the missing funds, she confirmed that several vendors hadn't been paid and were threatening to cancel services. Rachel said you'd handle those payments directly, Jennifer explained during our phone call. She seemed stressed about the budget, so I assumed you two had worked out the financial arrangements privately. I authorized Jennifer to accept payment directly from my personal account while documenting every transaction for my growing legal case. The most damaging evidence came from Rachel's own voice recordings, made during her supposedly therapeutic sessions with Derek. Marcus had recovered deleted files from her cloud storage that contained hours of intimate conversations where they mocked my personality, my career, and my trusting nature. He actually believes Derek is suicidal, Rachel laughed during one recording. Alex is so noble and caring he can't imagine anyone would lie about mental health to manipulate him. Derek's response chilled me to the bone. Good thing he's terrible at reading people. Most guys would have caught on by now that you're way out of his league. The irony wasn't lost on me that Derek, who couldn't hold a job or pay his debts, considered himself superior to someone with a stable career and genuine financial security. But what hurt most was hearing Rachel agree with him, describing our relationship as convenient and temporary while she figured out her real future with Derek. I maintained my supportive fiancé act perfectly, even helping Rachel select her final dress alterations and discussing wedding day logistics with enthusiasm I didn't feel. She'd added Derek as Courtney's +1 to our guest list, claiming Courtney needed emotional support after a recent breakup. The audacity of bringing her affair partner to our wedding as someone else's date would have been impressive if it weren't so personally devastating. Are you excited about the honeymoon staycation? Rachel asked one evening while I reviewed our modified travel plans. I found this amazing oceanfront suite at the Fontainebleau that's supposedly really romantic. I looked up from my laptop where I'd been documenting her latest financial transfers to Derek. Absolutely. Nothing beats staying local and being available for the people who need us. The smile she gave me was radiant and completely fake, but I returned it with equal enthusiasm. 2 weeks before the wedding, I discovered the final piece of their plan through a conversation Rachel had with Derek while she thought I was at my weekly golf game. Instead of playing 18 holes, I'd parked outside our apartment building and used the audio monitoring app to listen in real time. The wedding's going to be perfect cover, Derek said. Everyone will think you're on your honeymoon in Europe while we're actually liquidating his accounts from the Caymans. By the time he realizes what happened, we'll be completely untraceable. Rachel's laugh was sharp and satisfied. I almost feel bad about how easy this has been. Alex is such a trusting person, it's like taking candy from a baby. That conversation convinced me that private confrontation would be useless. Rachel wasn't confused or misguided, she was actively committing fraud with complete awareness of the consequences for me. Justice required something more public and permanent than a quiet breakup and civil lawsuit that might take years to resolve. The wedding setup phase required the kind of meticulous planning I'd always excelled at, except this time I was orchestrating exposure rather than celebration. Rachel's influencer status meant our ceremony would be live-streamed to accommodate over 50,000 virtual guests who'd been following our relationship journey through her lifestyle blog. What she didn't know was that I'd secretly arranged with our videographer, Michael, to give me complete control over the broadcast system during the ceremony. I want to surprise Rachel with a special video montage, I'd explained to Michael during our private meeting. Something really personal that shows our relationship timeline. Can you set it up so I can trigger it myself during the vows? Michael was enthusiastic about the romantic gesture and readily agreed to install a wireless remote that would let me switch the live stream feed to my prepared content. I also hired a backup DJ named Carlos who understood the real situation and was prepared to cut the venue's sound system if things got chaotic. The technical preparations were just the beginning. I spent 2 weeks creating a carefully edited compilation of Rachel's most damaging recordings, text messages, and photographs from her secret trips with Derek. The video was professionally edited with timestamps, location data, and clear audio that would be impossible to dismiss as fake or taken out of context. I also prepared written documentation for immediate distribution to key family members and our attorney. Rachel's behavior became increasingly erratic as the wedding date approached, which I now understood was guilt and fear rather than typical pre-wedding nerves. She'd started questioning details she'd previously approved, suggesting last-minute changes that would reduce our guest count or eliminate the live stream altogether. Maybe we should make this more intimate, she suggested during our final venue walkthrough. All these people watching online feels so impersonal. What if we just invite immediate family and have a quiet ceremony? I pretended to consider her suggestion while observing her growing panic. But your followers have been so excited about the live stream. You've been posting about it for months. Won't they be disappointed? The conflict on her face was obvious as she weighed disappointing her audience against the risk of public exposure. I just think our special moment should be private, you know? More meaningful. More controllable, she meant. A smaller, private ceremony would limit the scope of her humiliation when everything unraveled. I maintained my enthusiastic support for all our original plans while secretly documenting these conversations as additional evidence of her guilty knowledge. The live stream stays, I decided firmly. This is going to be the wedding of your dreams, exactly like we planned. 2 days before the ceremony, Rachel made one final desperate attempt to change our plans. She'd spent the afternoon with Courtney and returned home with renewed determination to convince me to elope privately instead. Alex, I've been thinking about what really matters, she began, sitting beside me on our couch with unusual intensity. We don't need all this spectacle to prove our love. Why don't we just go to the courthouse tomorrow and get married quietly? We could still have the reception for everyone else, but the actual ceremony could be just us. I looked up from my laptop where I'd been reviewing the final technical details for the broadcast. That's a pretty major change with 48 hours notice. What brought this on? She moved closer, taking my hand in both of hers with practiced intimacy. I realized that all these months of planning, all the stress and expense, it's taken away from what really matters. I just want to be your wife, Alex. I don't need the cameras or the crowd. The irony of her talking about what really mattered while planning to rob me blind was almost too much to bear, but I maintained my confused but loving fiancé expression. Rachel, we've invited 300 people. Your parents flew in from Oregon. My grandmother bought a new dress specifically for this ceremony. We can't just abandon everyone who's made the effort to celebrate with us. Her frustration was barely contained as she realized I wouldn't be manipulated away from the public ceremony that would expose her. But think about how romantic it would be, just the two of us promising our lives to each other without all the performance and pressure. Performance. She was worried about her own performance when the truth came out in front of everyone she'd been deceiving. The performance is part of what makes it special, I replied, knowing that her performance was exactly what I was counting on. Besides, the live stream means your grandmother in Seattle can watch even though she couldn't travel. Isn't that worth dealing with a little pressure? Rachel's final attempt came that night as we lay in bed, her last chance to derail the public reckoning she somehow sensed was coming. "Derek called me today," she said quietly, her voice carefully modulated to sound reluctant and concerned. "He's really struggling with us getting married. He knows it's selfish, but he can't stop thinking about the time we spent together in college before everything got complicated." I turned to face her in the darkness, knowing this conversation was being recorded by the audio monitoring system Marcus had installed. "What exactly did he say?" She took a shaky breath, preparing to deliver what she thought would be her masterstroke manipulation. "He told me he's always regretted how we ended things. That seeing me marry someone else is making him realize he threw away the best thing in his life. He asked if there was any chance I had feelings for him too." The setup was perfect, giving me an opportunity to display the jealous, controlling behavior that would justify her affair in her own mind. Instead, I remained calm and supportive, which clearly wasn't the reaction she'd expected. "That sounds really difficult for him. And for you. What did you tell him?" She was quiet for so long I thought she might not answer. Finally, she whispered, "I told him it was too late. That I'd made my choice and I was committed to building a life with you." Lies wrapped in just enough truth to be believable, delivered with the perfect amount of emotional vulnerability. If I hadn't already heard her laughing about Derek's gambling debts and their Costa Rica escape plan, I might have actually felt sorry for the position she was claiming to be in. "I appreciate you being honest with me about this," I said, pulling her closer in what she probably interpreted as forgiveness and understanding. "It shows how much you respect our relationship that you'd share something so personal and difficult." She relaxed against me, probably thinking she'd successfully planted the seeds that would explain her behavior when everything came out after the wedding. What she'd actually done was provide recorded evidence of her deception and manipulation, delivered in her own voice with clear intent to deceive. Tomorrow's ceremony was going to be even more satisfying than I'd originally planned. The wedding ceremony began exactly as rehearsed, with Rachel looking absolutely stunning in her $4,000 designer gown and me playing the role of nervous but devoted groom to perfection. The oceanfront venue was packed with 300 guests while another 50,000 plus viewers watched the live stream, many of them Rachel's dedicated followers who'd been invested in our relationship story for over a year. I could see Derek sitting in the third row beside Courtney, looking uncomfortable in an ill-fitting rental tux and checking his phone frequently, probably monitoring gambling sites or coordinating with creditors who expected payment after his big score. Rachel's parents beamed with pride as their daughter prepared to marry a financially stable man who would provide the security they'd always wanted for her, completely unaware that she was planning to disappear with my money within days. The officiant, Pastor Williams from Rachel's childhood church, led us through the traditional ceremony structure while I maintained perfect composure, knowing that everything was about to change in the most dramatic way possible. "If anyone has just cause why these two should not be joined in marriage, let them speak now or forever hold their peace," Pastor Williams announced, his voice carrying clearly through the venue's sound system and out to our massive online audience. This was my moment. I stepped forward slightly, causing a ripple of surprise through the crowd since the objection period is typically just ceremonial silence. "Actually, Pastor Williams, I have something important to share with everyone before we exchange vows." The confusion on Rachel's face was immediate and telling as she realized something was deviating from our carefully rehearsed script. I pulled out the wireless remote Michael had provided and looked directly into the main camera that was broadcasting our ceremony to thousands of viewers. "Rachel and I have always believed that marriage should be built on complete honesty and transparency," I began, my voice steady and clear despite my racing heart. "So before we promise to love, honor, and cherish each other, I want everyone to hear the truth about our relationship." I pressed the remote, and the live stream switched from the ceremony feed to my carefully prepared video compilation. The venue screens, originally intended to help distant guests see the ceremony better, now displayed Rachel's text messages with Derek in large, clear font that everyone could read easily. "Alex is so predictable," her recorded voice played through the sound system. "He actually thinks I want to spend my life in suburban mediocrity with his boring investment advice and quiet dinner dates." The gasps from our guests were audible even over Derek's voice responding, "Just stick to the plan, babe. Once you're married, we'll have access to his accounts and can disappear before he knows what hit him." Rachel's face went white as she realized what was happening, but the video was just beginning. Photos from her secret Bahamas trip with Derek appeared on screen, showing them kissing on the beach while I thought she was at a spa weekend with Courtney. The timestamp on the images clearly showed they were taken during her supposed girls' trip, making the deception impossible to deny. "This can't be happening," Rachel whispered, but her voice was picked up by her lapel microphone and broadcast to everyone. The online chat was exploding with comments as viewers realized they were witnessing the exposure of a massive affair and fraud scheme in real time. More recorded conversations played, including Rachel and Derek laughing about my trusting nature and planning their escape to Costa Rica with my money. "He's got almost $180,000 liquid," Rachel's voice explained to Derek, "plus his 401k and the trust fund from his grandfather. We could live comfortably in Costa Rica for years on that." The venue erupted in shocked murmurs and gasps as guests processed what they were hearing. I could see my parents looking confused and hurt, while Rachel's parents appeared absolutely mortified. But the most damaging evidence was yet to come. The video showed bank transfer records documenting the $12,000 Rachel had already stolen from our wedding account to pay Derek's gambling debts, along with screenshots of their detailed plans to liquidate my accounts during our fake honeymoon. "The wedding's going to be perfect cover," Derek's recorded voice explained. "Everyone will think you're on your honeymoon in Europe while we're actually liquidating his accounts from the Caymans." Rachel tried to run at that point, hiking up her expensive gown and heading for the nearest exit, but I'd quietly arranged for additional security personnel who stepped forward to block her path. "Please remain seated," I announced calmly to our guests. "There's more everyone needs to hear." The final segment of the video played Rachel's conversation from 2 nights earlier, where she'd claimed Derek was struggling with their upcoming marriage and had confessed his feelings for her. Except the audio timestamps proved she'd spoken with Derek for over an hour that same day, and his voice was clearly audible in the background during what she'd claimed was a vulnerable confession about his regrets. "I told him it was too late," Rachel's recorded voice insisted to me. "That I'd made my choice and I was committed to building a life with you." But immediately after that conversation, the video showed text messages between Rachel and Derek where they finalized their post-wedding theft timeline and joked about how easily I'd believed her performance. The contrast between her words to me and her messages to Derek was so stark that even the most generous interpretation couldn't explain it away. Derek finally realized he'd been exposed when his own voice started playing through the sound system, and he bolted from his seat toward the back exit. But several of my groomsmen, who I'd quietly briefed about the situation beforehand, intercepted him before he could escape. The live stream audience was witnessing everything in real time, with the viewer count climbing rapidly as people shared the broadcast across social media platforms. "That's not what it looks like," Rachel finally found her voice, but her denial was immediately contradicted by her own recorded words playing through the speakers. "Alex is taking this completely out of context. Those messages were just fantasy, not real plans." But the video had saved the most damaging evidence for last. A recording from just 3 days earlier where Rachel and Derek discussed specific steps for accessing my bank accounts, complete with account numbers and security questions they'd researched. There was no possible innocent interpretation of that level of detailed planning. As the video concluded, I took back the microphone and addressed our audience with the calm, professional demeanor that had served me well throughout my career. "Ladies and gentlemen, both here and watching online, I apologize for the disruption to what was supposed to be a celebration. But I believe everyone deserves to know the truth about the person they were about to watch me marry." The venue was completely silent except for the sound of Rachel sobbing and Derek arguing with my groomsmen who were preventing his escape. Even the online chat had gone quiet as 50,000 viewers processed what they'd just witnessed. I looked directly at Rachel, who was standing frozen in her wedding dress with mascara streaming down her face. "Rachel, you told Derek that I was predictable and trusting. You were right, but you made one crucial miscalculation." I paused, letting the weight of the moment settle over everyone present. "You assumed that being trusting made me stupid. It doesn't. It just means I document everything when someone I love starts acting suspicious. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of sirens in the distance, as the police officers I'd contacted beforehand arrived to escort Rachel and Derek away for questioning about the theft and fraud charges I'd already filed. Rachel's public meltdown began the moment she realized the police sirens were for her and Derek, transforming her from a sobbing bride into something far more desperate and dangerous. The live stream captured everything in high definition as she screamed at me with language that would have made her church-going parents faint under normal circumstances. "You manipulative psychopath," she shrieked, lunging toward the camera setup while Michael tried to keep filming. "You planned this whole thing just to humiliate me. You're a sick, controlling freak who couldn't handle being dumped." The irony of being called manipulative by someone who'd spent 8 months planning to rob me wasn't lost on anyone watching, especially as her own recorded voice had just finished explaining her detailed theft scheme to 50,000 witnesses. I remained calm and let her reveal her true character to everyone present, knowing that her breakdown was providing even more evidence of her guilt and instability. "Rachel, the only plan I made was to protect myself from fraud," I replied evenly. "Everything else was your choice." She completely lost control at that point, admitting to the affair on live stream while trying to justify it as emotional liberation rather than calculated theft. "Yes, I've been seeing Derek. Yes, I love him. At least he makes me feel alive instead of suffocated by spreadsheets and retirement planning." The crowd gasped as she confirmed what everyone had just heard in the recordings, but she wasn't finished destroying herself publicly. "You want to know the truth, Alex? I never loved you. I was settling for financial security, but Derek showed me what real passion feels like." Her confession was being broadcast to thousands of viewers who were recording the stream on their phones, ensuring that her words would be preserved forever across social media platforms. The viewer count had climbed to over 75,000 as people shared links to the most dramatic wedding disaster in internet history. Courtney tried to salvage the situation by rushing to Rachel's defense, but she'd clearly never expected to be exposed as part of the conspiracy. "This is all out of context," she announced to the crowd, trying to grab attention away from Rachel's ongoing meltdown. "Alex is obviously unstable and has been secretly recording private conversations, which is probably illegal." I'd anticipated this deflection and had prepared documentation for exactly this moment. "Actually, Courtney, Florida is a two-party consent state for recordings, but there are exceptions for documenting criminal activity," I explained while pulling out printed copies of her text messages with Rachel. "Like when you used your position at the credit agency to illegally access my financial records and share them with Rachel and Derek." Her face went white as I distributed copies of her messages to nearby guests and held them up to the camera for online viewers to see. The screenshots showed Courtney providing detailed information about my assets, credit score, and account locations to help Rachel and Derek plan their theft more effectively. "I was just helping a friend," she stammered, but the evidence clearly showed coordination and intent to commit fraud. Her messages included phrases like, "He'll never see this coming," and "Make sure Derek has those account numbers before the wedding," that made her complicity undeniable. The police officers had reached the altar area by this point and were trying to assess the chaotic situation while Rachel continued screaming accusations at everyone within range. She physically attacked Michael when he kept filming, trying to destroy the camera equipment that was broadcasting her breakdown to the world. The assault was captured in real time as she clawed at his face and kicked at the expensive video gear, causing additional charges to pile up beyond the original theft and fraud allegations. "Turn off the cameras," she demanded while being restrained by 2 officers. "This is a private family matter. You have no right to broadcast this." But the stream was completely out of her control now, with viewers commenting in real time about her violent behavior and obvious guilt. Many of her original followers were expressing shock and disappointment at discovering their role model was a criminal who'd been scamming an innocent man. Derek's situation deteriorated even faster once my groomsmen handed him over to the police and his gambling creditors realized where to find him. 3 men in expensive suits appeared at the venue claiming Derek owed them money, and they were very interested in learning about his plan to pay them back with stolen funds. "We've been looking for Derek Martinez for 2 months," one of them explained to the officers. He owes our clients $47,000 and promised he'd have payment after this weekend. The crowd watched in fascination as Derek tried to deny everything while being caught between criminal charges and angry creditors who didn't care about his legal problems. His desperation became obvious as he tried to shift blame entirely onto Rachel, claiming he'd been manipulated and used by her scheme rather than being an equal partner. "She told me the money was hers," he insisted while being handcuffed. "I thought she was just sharing her wedding fund with me. I never knew she was planning to steal from him." But the recorded conversations made his lies transparent to everyone listening, especially the parts where he'd actively encouraged Rachel to access more of my money and had researched international banking procedures for their planned escape. I took the microphone one final time to address our massive audience before the police removed Rachel and Derek from the venue. To everyone watching, both here and online, I want you to understand that this wasn't about revenge or public humiliation. This was about justice and protecting myself from people who saw me as nothing more than a financial resource to be exploited. The sincerity in my voice seemed to resonate with viewers, many of whom were commenting supportively about my decision to expose the fraud publicly rather than handling it privately where Rachel and Derek might have escaped consequences. I've already filed civil lawsuits to recover the money Rachel stole from our wedding account, and criminal charges have been filed for fraud, theft, and embezzlement, I continued. The evidence you've all seen today will ensure that both Rachel and Derek face appropriate consequences for their actions. As the police finally escorted them away, Rachel made one last desperate attempt to control the narrative by screaming at the cameras, "He's financially abusive. He controlled my spending and isolated me from my friends. Derek was helping me escape an unhealthy relationship." But her own recorded words had already contradicted those claims, and the viewers had heard her laughing about my trusting nature and planning to steal my money for months. The live stream had become a real-time case study in how lies unravel when confronted with documented evidence. The viewer count peaked at over 100,000 as the police cars pulled away, with social media exploding as people shared clips and screenshots of the most dramatic moments. Rachel's influencer career was effectively over, with sponsors and brand partners distancing themselves immediately from someone who'd been exposed as a fraud and thief on live television. The wedding venue, which had been transformed from a celebration into a crime scene in less than an hour, was about to become something entirely different and infinitely more positive. The transformation of our wedding venue from disaster site to celebration happened organically as I addressed the 300 guests who remained after Rachel and Derek's dramatic exit in police custody. "Ladies and gentlemen," I announced through the sound system while the live stream continued broadcasting to over 80,000 fascinated viewers, "I know this wasn't the ceremony any of us expected to attend today. But we have amazing food, an open bar, and a beautiful oceanfront location. If you'd like to stay and help me celebrate my freedom from fraud and deception, please consider yourselves invited to what I'm officially renaming my Liberation Party." The response was immediate and overwhelmingly positive as guests realized they were witnessing not just the exposure of a criminal conspiracy, but the birth of something genuinely joyful. My parents, who'd initially looked devastated by the ceremony's explosive revelations, were among the first to approach me with pride and relief evident on their faces. "Son, we never liked Rachel," my father admitted quietly. "She always seemed more interested in what you could provide than who you actually were. We just didn't know how to tell you without seeming unsupportive." The venue staff, led by our event coordinator Sarah Martinez, quickly adapted to the situation with professional efficiency that impressed everyone present. "Mr. Thompson," she said, approaching me during the impromptu reception planning, "we've prepared everything for a celebration, and honestly, this is much more interesting than most weddings we coordinate. Should we proceed with dinner and dancing as originally planned?" I was struck by Sarah's competence and grace under pressure, qualities that stood in stark contrast to Rachel's manipulative chaos. "Absolutely. Everyone who stayed deserves to enjoy the party we paid for, especially since we now know the money actually came from my accounts rather than our joint wedding fund." The viral nature of the live stream had created an unexpected phenomenon as viewers began treating the broadcast like interactive entertainment, with thousands of people sending supportive messages and even digital gifts through the streaming platform. The venue's Wi-Fi couldn't handle the traffic as people shared clips across every social media platform, turning the wedding disaster into a cultural moment that transcended typical internet drama. "Dude, you're trending worldwide," my college friend Mike informed me, showing his phone screen. "There are already memes being created about Rachel's meltdown, and someone started a GoFundMe to help cover your legal expenses, though it looks like you won't need it." The financial implications were indeed becoming clear as the evening progressed. My attorney, who'd been monitoring the situation remotely, called to inform me that Rachel's public confession and the documented evidence had made the civil lawsuit essentially unwinnable for her. She admitted to theft and fraud on live television in front of 100,000 witnesses, he explained. Her only option will be to settle quickly and hope for reduced criminal charges in exchange for cooperation. More satisfying was learning about the immediate consequences Rachel and Derek were facing beyond the legal system. Her Instagram account had been flooded with negative comments before she deactivated it entirely, and several major brands had already terminated sponsorship deals worth tens of thousands of dollars annually. Her lifestyle blog partnerships are all being canceled, Sarah mentioned while coordinating the evening's activities. Apparently, companies don't want to be associated with someone who commits fraud on live stream. Derek's gambling creditors had become more aggressive once they realized his master plan had failed spectacularly and publicly. According to my private investigator Tony, who'd stayed in touch throughout the evening, Derek was facing additional criminal charges when his creditors provided evidence of his other fraudulent activities to the police. "Turns out your ex-fiancé picked a real winner," Tony reported. "Derek's been running similar scams on other women for years, and now they're all coming forward with evidence." The celebration continued late into the evening, with guests who'd originally come to witness a wedding instead experiencing something far more memorable and meaningful. The live stream audience, which had peaked at over 120,000 viewers, had evolved into a supportive community celebrating justice and transparency in relationships. Several couples mentioned that watching Rachel's deception unfold had inspired them to have honest conversations about their own relationships and financial boundaries. "This was better than any reality show," one guest commented. "You handled everything with such class and dignity, especially considering what she put you through." But the most significant development of the evening was getting to know Sarah Martinez better as she coordinated the transformation from wedding to liberation party with remarkable skill and genuine enthusiasm. Her competence, integrity, and sense of humor provided a stark contrast to everything I'd experienced with Rachel, and I found myself genuinely enjoying our conversations throughout the evening. "I have to admit, this is the most interesting wedding I've ever coordinated," she told me during a quiet moment between managing vendor logistics. "You maintained incredible composure during what must have been the most difficult situation of your life." 6 months later, Sarah and I had our first official date at the same restaurant where Rachel had originally suggested canceling our European honeymoon. The difference in conversation quality was remarkable. Sarah asked thoughtful questions about my work, shared insights about event planning and small business management, and never once suggested that my financial stability made me boring or predictable. "I keep thinking about how differently that night could have ended," she mentioned over dinner. "If you hadn't documented everything so thoroughly, Rachel and Derek might have actually gotten away with their plan." The civil lawsuit settlement had indeed covered all my losses plus additional damages, while the criminal charges had resulted in Rachel serving 8 months in county jail and Derek facing 18 months in state prison. More importantly, the viral video had become a cautionary tale used in legal and business courses about the importance of protecting assets and recognizing financial abuse in relationships. My financial planning practice had actually grown substantially due to the publicity, with new clients specifically seeking my services because they'd seen how methodically I'd protected myself from fraud. "People trust someone who's been through what they're worried about and came out ahead," I explained to Sarah. "Turns out being the victim of attempted fraud makes you very credible when advising others about asset protection." The irony wasn't lost on me that Rachel's attempt to destroy my financial security had actually enhanced my professional reputation and led me to someone infinitely better suited as a life partner. 2 years after the wedding disaster that launched 1,000 memes, Sarah and I announced our engagement at the exact same Miami venue where my previous relationship had imploded so spectacularly. The choice was deliberate and symbolic, transforming a place of betrayal into one of genuine celebration and new beginnings. This time, there would be no live stream, no social media documentation, just intimate family and close friends witnessing two people who'd found each other through the wreckage of my previous disaster. The venue manager, who'd coordinated both events, couldn't help but comment on the contrast between the two occasions. "It's like watching the difference between performance and authenticity," she observed during our planning meeting. "Rachel treated everything like content for her followers, but you and Sarah are focused on actually building something together." The legal aftermath of my first wedding had continued unfolding in satisfying ways throughout our courtship. Rachel had served her full 8-month sentence and emerged from jail to discover that her influencer career was permanently destroyed, with her reputation so damaged that she'd been forced to change her name and move to a different state where she now works at a call center under her maiden name. Her attempts at a comeback tour on social media, claiming she'd been the victim of financial and emotional abuse, had failed miserably when confronted with the overwhelming evidence of her own recorded confessions and documented theft. Derek's consequences had been even more severe, with his 18-month prison sentence followed by years of civil penalties and restitution payments to multiple victims who'd come forward after seeing our viral wedding video. The gambling debts that had motivated his participation in Rachel's scheme had grown exponentially during his incarceration, ensuring that he'd be paying creditors for decades while working whatever legitimate jobs he could find with a felony record. The justice system actually worked, Sarah commented when we received the final settlement payment that covered not just my stolen money but substantial additional damages for emotional distress and punitive measures. It's rare to see fraud cases where the victims get complete vindication and recovery. My financial planning firm had indeed flourished partly due to the notoriety from the wedding incident, with clients specifically seeking me out for asset protection and fraud prevention services. The viral video had become a teaching tool used in business schools and legal courses as an example of how to document and expose financial crimes, leading to speaking engagements and consulting opportunities I'd never anticipated. "You've turned the worst experience of your life into professional success and personal growth," my father observed during our engagement dinner. "That takes real character and wisdom." Sarah's influence on my life had been transformative in ways that highlighted just how toxic my relationship with Rachel had actually been. Where Rachel had mocked my career and financial planning as boring predictability, Sarah found my analytical approach to building security genuinely admirable and attractive. She contributed equally to our household expenses, maintained her own successful event planning business, and actively participated in our financial planning discussions as a true partner rather than a dependent. "I love how you think about our future together," she told me during one of our Sunday morning budget review sessions. "Rachel treated your financial stability like an ATM, but I see it as the foundation for building something amazing together." The contrast extended to every aspect of our relationship dynamics. Rachel had demanded expensive restaurants and designer purchases to maintain her image, while Sarah suggested cooking together and finding creative ways to enjoy life within our means. Rachel had been secretive about her spending and activities, while Sarah maintained complete financial transparency and included me in all her important decisions. Most significantly, Rachel had seen our relationship as temporary until something better came along, while Sarah actively invested in building our partnership stronger every day. Our wedding planning process reflected these fundamental differences in approach and values. Where Rachel had insisted on elaborate displays for social media content, Sarah focused on creating meaningful experiences for the people we actually cared about. Where Rachel had spent money recklessly on details that would photograph well, Sarah found elegant solutions that respected our budget while creating genuine beauty and significance. "The goal isn't to impress strangers on the internet," she explained while reviewing venue options. "It's to celebrate our love with the people who matter most and start our marriage in a way that reflects who we actually are." The simple, private ceremony we planned was everything Rachel's spectacle had failed to be: authentic, intimate, and focused on the commitment we were making rather than the performance we were giving. No cameras, no live stream, no social media posts, just two people promising to build a life together based on trust, respect, and genuine partnership. The final irony came 6 months before our wedding when Rachel made one last desperate attempt to contact me through a mutual acquaintance, claiming she'd learned from her mistakes and wondered if we could meet for coffee to discuss what had happened between us. I declined through the intermediary, but learned that she'd been hoping to convince me to remove the viral video from internet circulation, as it continued haunting her attempts to rebuild any kind of public life or professional reputation. She actually thought you might help her after everything she did, Sarah marveled when I told her about the request. That level of self-delusion is almost impressive. The wedding video remained online as a permanent record of what happens when someone mistakes kindness for weakness and trust for stupidity. It had been viewed millions of times across various platforms and continued generating discussions about financial abuse, relationship red flags, and the importance of protecting yourself from manipulative partners. Legal scholars and relationship counselors regularly referenced it in their work, ensuring that Rachel and Derek's spectacular failure would serve as a cautionary tale for generations. As Sarah and I exchanged vows in the same venue where Rachel had been arrested for fraud, I reflected on how completely my life had transformed through the wreckage of that previous disaster. I'd gained professional success, personal wisdom, genuine love, and the deep satisfaction of seeing justice served to people who tried to destroy me for their own selfish gain. Rachel had been right about one thing during our relationship: I was predictable. I could be counted on to work hard, plan carefully, treat people with respect, and build something lasting rather than chasing immediate gratification. What she'd failed to understand was that these qualities made me valuable, not boring, someone worth building a life with rather than someone to be used and discarded. Sarah understood that completely, which was why we were beginning our marriage with excitement about our shared future rather than schemes to exploit each other for temporary gain.
My name is Bertha Carter. I am 29 years old, and the story I am about to tell begins with what seemed like a warm family dinner but ended up leaving me with an emotional slap I will never forget. That evening, at the family table in Austin, I gathered all my courage and told my parents that I needed $70,000 to start a construction software company. I had a business plan, a demo, and even clients ready to commit. But they coldly replied, "Too risky. You already have a stable job, stop dreaming." And to make it worse, my younger sister Vanessa, the so-called golden child in my parents' eyes, leaned back in her chair, gave a mocking smile, and said, "Not everyone is cut out to be an entrepreneur, sis." Those words left me frozen, as if all my effort and passion were worth nothing. A few months later, when my sister Vanessa announced she wanted to launch a luxury event company in Dallas, my parents rushed to take out a $725,000 loan to buy her a BMW and fund everything she needed. And the result? Her company collapsed, the BMW was repossessed, and my parents drowned in debt. Eventually, they came to me, begging me to sell the small condo I had mortgaged to build my business, just to save the family. This time, I simply looked at them calmly and said, "No." Before I dive deeper into this story, I want to ask you, have you ever sat in a room full of family and still felt completely alone? And where are you listening to my story from, and at what time? Please share your story in the comments so I know I am not alone. Thank you so much. I grew up in Austin, Texas, in a 2-story red brick house tucked inside a quiet neighborhood, where summers were scorching hot and winters rarely brought snow. From the outside, anyone would think my family was perfect, a successful couple with 2 daughters raised in comfort, but the truth inside those walls was far from the picture people saw. From a young age, I was the independent child, the one who excelled in school, praised by teachers for my diligence and discipline. My parents never seemed too concerned about my studies, as if good grades were simply the bare minimum I was expected to achieve. If I brought home an A, it was treated as ordinary. But if I slipped and brought home a B, the look of disappointment in their eyes made me feel as if I had done something terribly wrong. Meanwhile, with Vanessa, my younger sister, things were the complete opposite. Vanessa was 3 years younger than me, and from the day she was born, she was placed at the very center of the family. When I was still in elementary school, she was already enrolled in the most expensive ballet studio in the city. I remember clearly the pristine white ballet shoes, the layered tutus, and the grand performances where my parents sat proudly in the front row, cameras in hand, beaming with joy. And there I was, sitting quietly in the corner, clutching my math book, feeling both proud of my sister and painfully aware that even if I were to stand on stage, receiving an academic award, no one would ever look at me with the same admiration. When I entered my teenage years, the favoritism became even more obvious. At 16, all I dared to hope for was an old car to get me to school and my part-time job. Instead, I kept riding the bus, packed shoulder to shoulder with dozens of other students in the suffocating Texas heat. But on Vanessa's 16th birthday, my parents threw a backyard party filled with balloons and twinkling string lights. When a brand new car rolled in with a giant red bow on top, the crowd cheered, cameras flashed, and my parents hugged Vanessa as if she had just achieved something extraordinary. I stood on the sidelines, heavy-hearted. When I asked why I never had such an opportunity, my father simply replied, "You're different. You're already capable, you don't need a fancy car to prove anything." I bit my lip and stayed silent, but deep down I knew his answer was nothing more than an excuse. Another time, I asked for $500 to attend a coding summer camp hosted by a university. I came prepared with information, explaining why it would be such a valuable chance to improve my skills. I truly believed that with such a modest request, they would understand how serious I was. But my mother frowned and shook her head. "Too expensive, Bertha. You can learn programming online for free, you don't need a summer camp." I was so crushed I couldn't argue, and I let the dream go. Just a few weeks later, however, my parents proudly announced they had enrolled Vanessa in a summer acting program in New York that cost over $12,000. I remember vividly how they boasted to the neighbors that their youngest daughter might one day grace a Broadway stage. Same family, same desire to grow, but when it came to me, I was told I was wasting money, while Vanessa was treated like a precious gem. The family celebrations were never any different. I still remember the time I won first place in the statewide science competition. I came home holding the certificate in my hands, my heart racing with excitement. But as soon as I stepped into the living room, I saw everyone gathered around Vanessa, chatting about her ballet performance from the night before. I proudly held up my award, but my mother only glanced at it and said, "That's nice, Bertha. Now come here and look at these photos of your sister in her costume, doesn't she look beautiful?" My certificate was set down on the table, buried under a pile of magazines, and never mentioned again. Meanwhile, even the smallest award from one of Vanessa's dance contests was enough for my family to throw a celebration. That favoritism didn't just hurt me, it built an invisible wall between us. I learned to be independent, to handle everything on my own, because I realized early on that no one was going to stand by me. I got used to cooking dinner for myself when my mother was busy driving Vanessa to practice, and to studying alone in my room while the whole family went out to cheer for her. Sometimes, I even wondered if I was truly my parents' child, because the difference in treatment was so obvious, so painful. Looking back on those years, I know now that they laid the foundation for who I became. Patient, resilient, but carrying deep scars inside. I learned early on that sharing blood doesn't always mean having a steady place to lean on. The real turning point in my life began when I was accepted into Stanford University. It was the greatest pride I had ever felt, not only because Stanford is one of the most prestigious schools in the United States, but also because I had earned a partial scholarship after years of hard work. The day I received the acceptance letter, I clutched the paper in my hands, tears streaming down my face uncontrollably. But while I was overwhelmed with joy, my parents' reactions were indifferent. My father simply said, "Good, but the tuition is still too high. Are you sure you can handle it?" My mother quickly shifted the conversation to Vanessa's new ballet class. I stood there, both happy and bitter, realizing that this joy belonged only to me, and no one in my family truly shared it. When I started at Stanford, I quickly discovered that even with a scholarship, the cost of living in the Bay Area was far beyond what an ordinary student could afford. I had to start working part-time from my very first year. During the day, I attended lectures, and at night I worked the late shift at the library. On weekends, I helped out in the IT lab. Many nights, I returned to my tiny rented room in Palo Alto, eating a cup of instant noodles with eyes burning from lack of sleep. Each month, I carefully calculated every dollar to cover rent, utilities, and textbooks. At times, I questioned whether I was being too ambitious, but whenever I thought about my dream of working in technology, I clenched my teeth and pushed forward. While I was struggling just to survive, Vanessa was living an entirely different life. The moment she turned 18, my parents bought her a brand new car not for school, but so she could get around more easily for her performances. They also covered every expense for her to attend an expensive art school in New York. Every time I called home, my mother would gush about Vanessa's shows, her trips, her dazzling costumes. I listened quietly, never daring to compare, but deep down the feeling of unfairness grew stronger. I knew I had never been given such privileges, and I never would. The contrast between the two of us became sharper with time. While I buried myself in studying and working, Vanessa filled her Instagram with carefully curated photos, sitting in chic Manhattan cafes, traveling across Europe with her friends, or posing beside her new car under the city lights. Each post racked up hundreds of likes and glowing comments. From my tiny room, with a cold bowl of instant noodles in front of me, I scrolled through those images and sighed. To my parents, those glamorous snapshots seemed to be proof of success, while my sleepless nights in the library were never acknowledged. Yet it was those very years of hardship that forged my resilience. I learned how to manage my time, how to push past exhaustion to stay focused on my goals, and most importantly, how to rely entirely on myself. No one paid my rent for me, no one handled the stack of bills piling up on the kitchen table, and no one stood by me when I was drained after a night shift. I told myself, if I didn't stand strong, no one else would hold me up. And perhaps it was that solitude that became the well of strength I would only come to recognize later. One winter evening, I sat alone in a quiet library while heavy rain poured outside. On the desk in front of me lay a thick programming manual, hundreds of pages long, next to a cheap boxed meal I had picked up from the campus cafeteria. My hands trembled from the cold and exhaustion, yet inside me burned a strange sense of certainty. I knew I was on the right path. No one saw the sweat and effort I poured into those nights, but I believed that one day my achievements would be recognized by me alone, and that was enough. Whenever I went home for the holidays, I still had to endure constant comparisons. Vanessa has been invited to perform at a major theater, my mother would boast over dinner. She's truly talented, definitely worth the investment. I sat there eating quietly, not even bothering to mention that just a week earlier, I had been selected to serve as a teaching assistant for a professor at Stanford. I knew that no matter how hard I worked, my accomplishments would never be weighed as highly as Vanessa's glittering but fragile dreams. From those silences, I came to understand one truth even more deeply. The only road forward was the one I built for myself, without waiting for validation or support from my family. After graduating from Stanford, I officially stepped into the demanding yet opportunity-filled world of technology. I was hired as a software engineer at a startup in Palo Alto, right in the heart of Silicon Valley, the place where groundbreaking ideas are born daily and where hundreds of companies also vanish within a few short years. On my first day of work, I wore an old, neatly ironed shirt, my hands shaking slightly as I held my brand new employee badge. The feeling was both nerve-wracking and exhilarating because I knew I had come a long way from those sleepless nights in the Stanford library to finally standing there. Working at a startup was anything but easy in the beginning. I had to adapt to the fast pace and the fail fast, learn faster culture. But it was precisely that environment that pushed me to grow beyond my limits. I quickly stood out for my ability to analyze problems and find flexible solutions. After just 1 year, I was entrusted with leading a small team of engineers, something many of my peers my age hadn't even dared to dream of. My salary and company stock finally gave me a bit of financial stability. I bought myself a used but reliable car to get around, and after 2 years, I saved enough for a down payment on a small condo in San Jose. It was the first home of my own, a place where I could lock the door and know with certainty that no one had the right to intrude. While managing multiple software projects, I stumbled upon a glaring gap in the construction industry. One of our clients constantly complained that they couldn't find a project management tool that was both practical and easy to use for everyone from field workers to office staff. The software available on the market was either too expensive, overly complicated, or simply not tailored to the unique needs of construction. My curiosity was piqued, and I began researching on my own. The deeper I dug, the more I realized this wasn't just one company's frustration, it was a widespread pain point across the entire U.S. construction industry. I spent countless evenings after work sketching out ideas, designing interfaces, and even writing the first lines of code for a more efficient construction project management app. I gave it a working name, BuildFlow, the flow of building. At first, I didn't expect much beyond testing my own skills. But then I took a bold step and showed the prototype to a handful of small and mid-sized companies I had connections with. The results were beyond anything I imagined. More than 10 companies responded positively, and 8 of them even committed to paying as soon as the product was complete. I could hardly believe my eyes reading those emails. It was undeniable proof that my idea wasn't just a dream, but something with a real market. That spark of excitement ignited into a fire stronger than ever. I began to think seriously about founding my own company, no longer just treating it as a side project. I could see it clearly, a team of engineers, loyal clients, and a product that could transform how construction companies manage their work. I knew that to turn this vision into reality, I had to step out of my comfort zone, to give up the stability of my current job and leap into building a startup. But to do that, I needed capital. Over the years, I had managed to save around $40,000 from relentless hard work, but it still wasn't enough. Based on my detailed calculations, renting a small office, paying salaries for 2 or 3 initial employees, basic marketing, and covering legal procedures, I needed at least $110,000 for the first year. That meant I was short about $70,000. At first, I considered approaching venture capital firms. But I knew that to convince them, I would need a fully developed product and real paying clients, things I could only achieve after the company had been running for some time. I didn't want to go to the bank either, not yet, because the interest rates were high and I had little to offer as collateral aside from my small condo. The most logical option left, it seemed, was to ask my parents for support. I didn't see it as a gift, but as an investment, one I intended to repay in full. The thought made me both anxious and hopeful. I knew my family's history. I knew that Vanessa had always been the chosen one, but a part of me still believed this time would be different. I was no longer a child. I had a Stanford degree, a stable career, nearly half the required capital saved, and most importantly, real clients waiting for my solution. Surely, all of that would be enough for my parents to finally believe in me. I even pictured the scene in my head, the family sitting together, me presenting my business plan, my parents listening carefully, and then agreeing to fund me. Just once, I wanted them to see me as a woman capable of building her future, not just the daughter who was expected to be smart, but never truly acknowledged. With that in mind, I began drafting a complete business plan, projected costs, development roadmap, revenue forecasts. I spent an entire week polishing a smooth demo, even rehearsing my pitch in front of the mirror. Every word, every chart, every slide I treated with care, as if this were my last chance to prove myself to my family. Deep inside, a flicker of hope burned quietly. Maybe, just maybe, this time they would see me differently. I remember that weekend vividly, when I flew from San Jose back to Austin with a suitcase that carried not only clothes but also all my hopes. I had prepared for the presentation to my family with the utmost care. On my laptop was a business plan spanning dozens of pages, detailed financial projections broken down by quarter, and the build flow demo I had spent countless sleepless nights perfecting. I even printed out the documents, neatly bound into packets so each person could hold one in their hands. On the flight, I kept opening my slides, rehearsing the key lines over and over. I told myself, this time they'll see me differently. This time they won't be able to deny my capability. When I walked into the house, the whole family was already gathered in the living room. My father sat in his usual armchair, eyes glued to the newspaper as if nothing in the world really mattered. My mother bustled around, preparing tea and pastries. Vanessa was there too, wearing a designer dress, her hair curled in waves, phone in hand snapping pictures nonstop. The atmosphere seemed ordinary, even bland, but inside me was a storm. I took a deep breath, opened my laptop, and began. I want to share with you an opportunity that I truly believe will change the course of my career. I started, my voice slightly trembling but filled with determination. I laid out each step, how the construction industry lacked an effective project management tool, how BuildFlow would address that gap, what feedback I had already received from potential clients, and how I plan to use $70,000 in capital to turn this product into a real company. I presented the projections. With 8 companies already committed, first-year revenue was estimated at $300,000, with the potential to double within the next 2 years. I showed them the growth model, the hiring roadmap, the marketing strategy. I spoke with so much conviction and passion that for a moment, I forgot I was standing in front of my parents and not pitching to a room full of venture capitalists in Silicon Valley. When I finished, I looked up waiting for a reaction. What I got back was a cold silence. My father folded down his newspaper and frowned. Sounds nice, but you already have a stable job. Good pay, a place to live. Why take the risk? Starting a business is a gamble. Do you know how many companies fail within their first year? My mother nodded along and added, I don't want to see you struggle. People say being your own boss means freedom, but to me it just sounds like worry and debt. Don't bet your future. I sat there stunned. The words and numbers I had worked so hard to prepare echoed in my mind, but clearly none of it mattered to them. They didn't look at the evidence I'd presented. They didn't believe I was capable. They saw me only as the daughter who was settled now, who shouldn't chase any more dreams. As if that weren't bitter enough, Vanessa leaned back on the sofa and smirked. I agree. Not everyone is cut out to be an entrepreneur, sis. Some people are born to be employees and should stay in their place. Those words, gentle but dripping with contempt, felt like a blade twisting in my chest. I looked at my sister, remembered every favor she'd been shown, every luxury gift I never received, and now she was publicly dismissing my dream in front of the whole family. I felt as if a year's worth of effort, the sleepless nights coding until my eyes burned, the calls with potential clients, the spreadsheets where I analyzed every single line of numbers had all been brushed aside with just a few dismissive words. No one in that room saw me as an adult presenting a real opportunity. In their eyes, I was just Bertha, the daughter who was expected to be smart, but whose every effort was dismissed as fantasy. Silently, I closed my laptop and gathered my papers. My heart pounded, my face burned, but my voice came out strangely calm. I understand. I'll handle it on my own. I didn't wait for another response. I stood up and walked out of the living room. Behind me, I heard my mother's voice calling after me, full of that same false concern, Bertha, I only want what's best for you. But I didn't turn back. I stepped outside, the scorching Texas summer wind hitting my face, and in that moment, I knew one thing for certain, I no longer needed my family's approval. On the way to the airport the next morning, I looked out at the familiar streets, remembering the childhood I had spent in Austin, filled with forgotten memories. I realized this cycle would never change. Vanessa would always be at the center, and my efforts would always be dismissed. And I also understood that if I kept waiting for their support, I would remain stuck forever. That bitter rejection had lit a fire inside me, a fire that roared with one truth: I had to prove I was right, not with words, but with success they could never deny. I returned to San Jose with a heart that was both wounded and hardened. My family's bitter rejection cut deep like a blade, but at the same time, it became the fuel that pushed me to act. I knew that if I kept waiting for their recognition, I would never have it. So I made the decision to take the biggest gamble of my life. A personal loan, secured by the very condo I had worked so hard to buy. When I signed the loan documents, my hands trembled and my heart pounded. I understood clearly that if I failed, I would not only lose my effort and my money, but also the only home I had. Yet one thought kept repeating in my mind: if I don't take the risk now, then when? With the loan in hand, combined with the $40,000 I had saved, I officially founded BuildFlow. Our first office was far from a shiny high-rise. It was a small room rented in an old industrial building on the outskirts of San Jose. The white paint on the walls had already faded, the ceiling leaked in a few places, but to me, it was a symbol of beginning. I hired my first 2 team members, Miguel, a young programmer fresh out of college, and Rachel, an energetic woman who handled client outreach and administrative work. The 3 of us worked around a long table bought from a thrift store, but in my heart, it was our strategy table, the place where ideas that could change the future were born. The first months were so brutal that I nearly gave up more than once. I often worked 18 hours a day, from early morning until late at night. Mornings were for coding, afternoons for calling clients, evenings for handling legal paperwork, and the late nights for tweaking the software. There were times I nodded off right on the keyboard, leaving the keys imprinted on my cheek. Meals were usually cheap sandwiches or instant noodles, though sometimes Rachel, feeling sorry for me, would bring a few home-cooked lunchboxes. Rent for the office, salaries for Miguel and Rachel, the cost of servers for testing, all of it piled into an enormous burden. Each time I saw the balance in our bank account shrink, my throat tightened. There were nights I left the office at 2 in the morning, driving down empty roads and asking myself, am I crazy? Am I repeating what they said, betting my whole future on a fantasy? In those moments, memories of that dinner in Austin would flood back. I remembered my father's indifferent look and my sister's mocking smile. Those images were what pulled me back up and reminded me I could not afford to collapse. If I quit, they would have the excuse to say, see? We were right. How could? In the 4th month since BuildFlow launched, I nearly hit rock bottom. A potential client canceled their contract at the last minute, leaving a serious gap in our projected budget. I sat stunned in the empty office, listening to the old air conditioner wheeze, my heart heavy as stone. I even considered selling my condo before the bank could foreclose. But just then, an email appeared in my inbox. It was from a mid-sized construction company in Sacramento. They had watched our demo months earlier. The message was short. We want to try BuildFlow on a new project, 1-year contract, valued at $50,000. I cried right there, tears spilling uncontrollably. After so many days of struggle, we finally had an official customer. On the day we signed that first contract, Miguel, Rachel, and I celebrated with pizza from a discount shop. We sat on the office floor, eating and laughing, cheese grease smeared everywhere, and nobody cared. It wasn't just a meal to mark a new client. It was proof that we could survive, that BuildFlow was no longer just a dream in my head. From that first contract, things began to shift slowly but surely. A few more companies reached out through word of mouth. Customers praised BuildFlow for being easy to use, saving time, and above all, far more affordable than the big software on the market. Revenue climbed gradually, from a few tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. The long, gloomy months started to show slivers of light. I still worked to the point of exhaustion, but this time my fatigue carried hope. One morning, looking out from our tiny office window, I saw sunlight glinting off new buildings rising across San Jose. I smiled and thought, they were wrong. This path is not an illusion, it's real. In that moment, I knew I would never go back to being a safe employee. I had entered the gamble, and I would see it through to the end. While my small BuildFlow team and I were scraping together every dollar just to keep the lights on, back in Austin, Vanessa was weaving a glamorous dream that only she believed was real. After graduating from art school in New York, my sister never established any stable career. Instead, she returned to Texas with an idea that sounded flashy, launching a media and event company for the elite in Dallas. I still remember the first time my mother told me about it over the phone. Her voice brimmed with excitement, as if Vanessa had just invented something groundbreaking. She has such vision, Bertha. Dallas is full of wealthy people, and they need luxury event companies to throw parties, weddings, product launches. This will be a goldmine. I bit my lip and said nothing. Inside, my chest tightened. When I presented a detailed plan, with numbers and real client commitments, I was dismissed as too risky. Yet now, a hollow fantasy with no foundation was being celebrated as a golden opportunity. What stunned me even more was the amount of money my parents were willing to put down. Vanessa declared that to build the brand for her event company, she needed to project an image of luxury and class. That meant a luxury car, a grand office, designer clothes. Not only did my parents agree, they went so far as to take out a bank loan of $725,000 to buy her a gleaming BMW for branding, along with a host of other expenses. I could hardly believe my ears when I heard the news. That number was more than 10 times the capital I had once asked for. They had the audacity to call my $70,000 request a gamble, yet borrowing nearly $750,000 for Vanessa's vague idea was somehow a necessary investment. Within just a few months, Vanessa's Instagram had turned into a stage for showing off. She constantly posted pictures of herself attending parties at five-star hotels, sitting in her shiny BMW, holding a sparkling glass of champagne under the lights. Every post carried hashtags like #BossLady, #CEO, #luxury events. Beneath them were hundreds of admiring comments from friends and acquaintances. My parents often shared those photos too, proudly boasting that their youngest daughter was doing big business. But when I looked at them, all I felt was an indescribable emptiness. I knew what it really meant to be a CEO, what it meant to grind away every single hour just to keep a company alive. What Vanessa was doing was nothing more than building castles in the sand. I tried to reassure myself. Maybe my sister would grow up, maybe she would learn how to manage things properly. But as the weeks went by, I saw no real projects from her company. There were no genuine clients, no long-term contracts, only lavish parties where Vanessa posed for photos far more than she discussed any business. The attendees were mostly her party-going friends, not potential customers. I knew that behind those glittering lights, the finances were sinking fast. And just as I predicted, within a year Vanessa's event company was drowning in debt. The rent for her downtown Dallas office was too high, the party expenses kept ballooning, and revenue was nearly non-existent. Bank loans started coming due. The luxury BMW quickly turned into a massive burden, bringing in no contracts while draining thousands of dollars each month in maintenance and loan payments. I heard from an old friend in Austin that Vanessa had even resorted to borrowing short-term cash just to keep up the appearance of her company, but in reality, no one wanted to partner with a business built only on glamour without substance. My parents, of course, refused to admit failure. They kept defending Vanessa, insisting that every company struggles in the beginning, and that, with more time and more capital, she'll prove herself. But I could see the truth clearly. My sister's company had no solid foundation, no distinctive product or service, no real clients. It was nothing more than a lavish shell hiding an empty core. Meanwhile, I was still waking up early and staying up late, pouring 18 hours a day into build flow. I felt like I was living in two parallel worlds. One, the harsh reality where success only came after sweat and tears. The other, a shallow illusion where money was thrown away to buy an image of luxury that meant nothing. That contrast didn't just hurt, it made me angry. Angry that what I needed, a small amount of capital to build something real, had been denied. Angry that, at the same time, a hollow fantasy was being coddled and endlessly funded as if money would never run out. 2 years had passed since the day I signed those personal loan papers, putting up my little San Jose condo as collateral to build Flow. It wasn't a long time, But to me, every day was a battle, every week a fight for survival. And now, looking back, I could hardly believe how far we had come. BuildFlow was no longer just a small name on a worn-out sign in a shabby rented office. It had grown into a company generating $600,000 a year, serving more than 30 clients in the construction industry across California. I still remember the first big contract that marked a turning point. A construction company in San Jose decided to roll out BuildFlow across their entire new apartment project. When we received that first payment check, my team and I cried like children. From then on, with every project we completed, we earned more trust from clients. They recommended us to their partners, those partners passed our name to others, and the circle kept expanding. Soon enough, BuildFlow was present at job sites across the West Coast. Meetings with clients were no longer confined to our tiny office but took place at large construction conferences, where the name BuildFlow began to be mentioned as a solution worth noticing. That success also drew the attention of venture capital firms in Silicon Valley. One morning, I received an email from a partner in Menlo Park inviting me to present BuildFlow. I walked into a gleaming glass-walled conference room, facing familiar faces I had only ever seen on the cover of Forbes. This time, unlike that bitter evening in Austin, I didn't have to strain to prove my worth. The numbers, the contracts, and the positive feedback from clients spoke for themselves. I saw their eyes light up as they heard about BuildFlow's growth, watched the smooth demo, and listened to my story of building a company out of a condo I had mortgaged. In that moment, I knew I was no longer the dreamer child in my family's eyes, but a true founder. While BuildFlow was slowly finding its footing on the path to sustainable growth, on the other side, Vanessa's glittering dream finally collapsed. Her event company declared bankruptcy in less than 2 years. The Dallas office shut down quietly, the website went offline, and her social media accounts were wiped clean of the glamorous images she had once posted nonstop. The BMW that was supposed to be her brand symbol was repossessed by the bank, towed away in broad daylight under the eyes of the neighbors. My parents, who had once proudly paraded their youngest daughter as a fashionable CEO, were now drowning in a loan of more than $700,000, interest piling on top of interest. I first heard the news from a mutual friend in Austin, and then from my mother's frantic phone calls. She told me the bank was pressing them relentlessly. My father was forced to sell off assets just to keep afloat, but it still wasn't enough. Even the red brick 2-story house I grew up in was being discussed as collateral. In her voice, I heard exhaustion and fear, but not a single note of admission that their decisions had been mistakes. She still blamed the market, the economy, bad luck. I stayed silent because by now I was too familiar with their refusal to face the truth. The irony of fate could not have been clearer. The one once dismissed as delusional, brushed aside without mercy, was now proving her ability step by step through real results. Meanwhile, the one who had been praised and unconditionally funded had collapsed quickly, leaving behind cracks in both the finances and the reputation of the entire family. I didn't rejoice at my parents' hardship, but I couldn't deny there was a certain vindication. All those years of being underestimated had now been answered by this sharp contrast in outcomes. One evening, I sat alone in my new office, spacious, bright, with the BuildFlow logo neatly mounted on the wall. I looked back at the road I had traveled and thought of that night in Austin, when I stood up from the dinner table, clutching my laptop, and walked away in silence. They had not believed in me, and perhaps they never truly would. But the truth had already revealed itself. I was not the helpless dreamer they thought I was, but the only one who dared to turn dreams into reality. The devastating news came late one evening as I was reviewing a newly signed contract with a large construction company in Oakland. My phone buzzed, my mother's name flashing on the screen. At first, I considered ignoring it, certain nothing good could come from that call. But something made me pick up. On the other end, my mother's voice trembled. "Bertha, we need your help. The house is about to be taken by the bank. If you can send $100,000, we can save it and pay down part of the debt." I froze, pen still in my hand hovering over the contract. $100,000. They were asking for the amount it would take me an entire year of grueling work to earn. Before I could respond, my father cut in, his voice firm, commanding. Bertha, you're successful now, you have money. The family is in crisis. We raised you from childhood, it's time for you to repay us. My grip on the phone tightened until my knuckles turned white. That phrase, repay us, made my blood boil. I remembered every time I had asked for support, every time I had been dismissed as a burden. They had never invested in me, yet now they demanded that I save them as if it were my natural duty. I tried to keep my voice calm. Mom, Dad, I can't. $100,000 is not a small amount. And my condo is the only thing I have left. I mortgaged it to start this business. It is the foundation for everything. I cannot sell it. But instead of understanding, I heard a reproachful sigh. My mother began to cry. We'll lose the house, Bertha. Can you really watch your parents end up on the street? Then, as if to finish me off, my father added, if you truly care about the family, you should sell the condo. Use that money to save everyone. I was stunned. That condo was not just an asset, it was the symbol of every risk, sacrifice, and bit of perseverance I had put into this. It proved the path I had taken, the nights I worked until I was exhausted, every step of my growth. And yet they treated it like an item that could be sold at any moment to patch the holes created by their own bad decisions. I couldn't hold back any longer. Years ago, I asked for $70,000 to invest in a clear plan with customers and real potential. You called it risky. But when Vanessa wanted to start her airy fantasy company, you were willing to throw $725,000 in loans at it, buy a BMW, and host parties. Isn't that risky? Or am I the only one who's considered a risk? There was a few seconds of silence on the line, then my father's voice hardened. You don't understand. Vanessa needs help more. She has dreams. I cut him off, unable to take it. Don't I have dreams? Don't I need help? For years I've been self-reliant. I haven't complained. But now, after everything, you want to take away the only thing I have? No, I can't. My mother's sobs filled the line, mixed with desperate pleas. Bertha, you're our only hope. Don't turn your back on the family. I took a deep breath, tears already slipping down my face. I'm not turning my back. I'm setting boundaries. I won't let my life's work be buried because of someone else's mistakes. I'm sorry, but I won't do it. After the call, I sat in the darkened office, the streetlights outside casting my tired reflection onto the glass. Inside me was a storm of pity and anger. I pitied them for being buried under such enormous debt, pitied my mother's panic, pitied my father's fading confidence. But I was furious to my core at the injustice of it all, furious that they still refused to see my worth, treating me only as a backup vault when things went wrong. That night, I didn't go straight back to my condo. I drove aimlessly through the quiet streets of San Jose, remembering the nights coding in the dark, the cold bowls of noodles, the moments I thought I might collapse. If I had given up back then, there would be no build flow, no version of me standing here today. I had saved myself without anyone's help. So why should I save them now, when they were the very ones who dismissed me and left me behind from the beginning? When I finally returned home, I stood in front of my little condo, running my hand over the paint chipped by the California sun and wind. This condo was living proof of my journey. And I swore I would never let anyone take it from me, not even my own family. From that moment on, I knew I had drawn a boundary that could never be broken, a boundary of finances, of emotions, and of my own self-respect. One autumn afternoon in San Jose, just as I had finished a meeting with my engineering team about the latest build flow update, the doorbell rang insistently. I frowned, surprised since I wasn't expecting anyone. When I opened the door, standing before me were my father, my mother, and Vanessa. They stood in a line, their faces weary, their eyes a mix of worry and desperation. I wasn't surprised after their failed plea over the phone. I knew eventually they would show up in person. Still, seeing them there made my chest tighten, not out of pity, but because all the memories of an unfair childhood came flooding back. We need to talk, my father said, trying to hold on to his usual authority, though I could hear the tremor in his voice. Quietly, I stepped aside and let them in. My small, modest condo stood in stark contrast to everything they had once lavished on Vanessa, the luxury cars, the glittering parties. They settled onto the sofa while I sat across from them, the distance between us feeling like an invisible boundary. My mother spoke first, her tone pleading. "Bertha, what happened with your sister's company? No one could have predicted it. The market shifted, the economy was tough. How could we have known? If we'd had just a little more luck, things might have turned out differently." I looked straight at her, saying nothing. Vanessa sat beside her, eyes red, though I knew most of it came from the fear of losing her glamorous facade, not from genuine remorse. My father continued, "You have to understand, business always comes with risks. Your sister was simply unlucky. As her older sister, you should be helping her through this." "Oh." I drew in a deep breath, forcing my voice to stay steady. "Risk?" I remember when I asked for $70,000 to invest in BuildFlow. I presented a detailed plan with committed clients and projected revenue. Back then, you called it too risky. But with Vanessa, whose company had nothing but Instagram pictures, you were willing to borrow $725,000. That wasn't risk. That was blindness. The room fell into silence. I continued, my tone growing firmer with every word. "It's always been like this. When I asked for $500 to attend a coding summer camp, you said no because it was too expensive. Right after that, Vanessa got $12,000 for an acting camp in New York. When I won a statewide science award, you barely paid attention. But when Vanessa landed a supporting role in a school play, the family threw a party. When I got into Stanford on a partial scholarship, all you could talk about was money. But when she studied art in New York, you covered every expense without a word. For years, I've had to handle everything on my own, while she was handed every advantage. And now, when that favoritism has led to debt, you expect me to sell my condo, the condo I mortgaged, to build my company to bail out the family. Tell me honestly, have you ever once thought about fairness?" I stared straight at them, unblinking. My mother lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. My father pressed his lips tightly together but had no rebuttal. Vanessa opened her mouth to speak, but the sharp look in my eyes cut her off, leaving her silent. The truth was too clear, too painful, for them to hide behind excuses any longer. I am not this family's bank. I am not the backup plan to patch over other people's mistakes, I said, each word ringing clear. I have endured enough bitterness to understand one thing. My worth is not measured by how many people I can rescue, but by the fact that I rescued myself. If you need help, look elsewhere. I am no longer here to be your lifeline. The room fell silent. I stood, walked toward the door. My hand rested on the knob, but I turned back one last time, my voice cold but steady. I am no longer the daughter waiting for this family's approval. I have built my own life, and I will protect it. I am not anyone's backup plan anymore. Then I opened the door, gesturing for them to leave. My mother rose, her eyes red, pleading. "Bertha, please, we're family." I shook my head and answered firmly. "Family doesn't mean I have to sacrifice my entire life to pay for favoritism. I'm sorry." With that, I shut the door. The sound echoed through the condo, a full stop to a dependency that had gone on far too long. Leaning back against the door, I drew a deep breath. Tears slid down my face, but I knew I had made the right choice. For the first time in my life, I felt free from the burden of proving myself, of carrying others, of saving what was never mine to save. In that moment, I truly stepped out of my family's shadow, ready to live for myself. 6 months had passed since the day I closed the door of my San Jose condo on my parents and Vanessa. In that time, I lived in a strange kind of quiet. No more desperate phone calls, no more guilt-ridden text messages, no heavy presence of family in my daily life. The contact became so scarce that sometimes it felt as if we belonged to two different worlds. The only news I heard about them came through acquaintances in Austin. The red brick house had been mortgaged to cover debt, My father sold his old car and pulled from his retirement early, and my mother spent more time at church, praying. Vanessa moved in with her boyfriend, trying to rebuild her online image, but the allure was gone. In the end, each of them had to bear the consequences on their own. While my family unraveled, BuildFlow entered a stage of explosive growth. We had just signed a contract with one of the largest construction corporations in California, deploying our software across dozens of sites throughout the state. Revenue surged, and our team grew from the original 3 to more than 20 employees. Every day when I walked into the office and saw the BuildFlow logo gleaming on the glass wall, I was filled with pride. This success hadn't come from luck, but from sleepless nights of persistence, from difficult choices I had refused to back away from. I decided to move out of the small condo in San Jose and rent a charming house in Palo Alto. The house had a little garden in the back, just enough space for me to grow roses and lavender. In the mornings, I brewed myself a cup of coffee, stepped out to tend the flowers, and breathed in the fresh air before starting my day. For the first time in years, I allowed myself to slow down a little, to enjoy the rewards instead of only running to survive. I also began attending startup community gatherings in Silicon Valley. I shared my story, how I went from being the daughter dismissed by her family, labeled as a dreamer, to building a software company generating hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. Each time I told it, I saw the empathy and admiration in the eyes of young entrepreneurs walking the same path. They saw in me the proof that you don't need a privileged starting point, only persistence and the will to keep going to create something real. One time, a senior from UC Berkeley approached me after a talk. She said her parents were pressuring her to go into medicine because it was safe, even though her real dream was computer science. She asked me, "How did you overcome the fear when your whole family was against you?" I smiled, held her hand tightly, and said, "I chose to believe in myself. Because in the end, only you will live your life fully." Watching the tears glisten in her eyes, I realized my story was no longer just a personal journey, it had become a source of strength for those trapped under the weight of blind expectations. I slowly came to understand a truth I had resisted for years. My worth was never rooted in my parents' approval. It came from my relentless effort, from the skills I honed, and from the people who truly valued me, my teammates at BuildFlow, the clients who trusted me, and even strangers who found hope in my journey. Blood family can abandon you, favor others, or belittle you, but none of that defines who you are. One evening, I sat in the backyard, watching the sunset paint the Palo Alto sky a deep shade of orange. In my hands was a notebook where I had been recording my reflections after this long journey. I wrote, "Family is not always a place of support. Sometimes they are the chains that hold you back. Setting boundaries does not mean being ungrateful, it means knowing how to love yourself. Because you deserve to be surrounded by those who truly respect and value you." When I closed the notebook, a quiet smile formed on my face. I no longer felt the anger I once carried, nor the longing for an apology. What I felt instead was a deep sense of relief, as if I had finally laid down a burden that had weighed on me for years. My family might still be drowning in debt and favoritism, but I had stepped out of that cycle and found my own path, a path filled with struggle, but glowing with light. And for me, that was enough.